Chapter 181. Adventurous One. In the shadowy forest, gray mist pervaded. A long-haired figure wrapped in a black cloak quietly moved through the woods. She was filthy all over, the cloak and the clothes beneath coated in thick black slime. Her black hair was a tangled mess down her back, the untrimmed fringe covering most of her face. Snap, snap. After a few steps, she suddenly paused, spotting a cluster of brown mushrooms at the base of a withered tree. With a burst of speed, she rushed over, crouched down, and carefully plucked the mushrooms one by one, placing them into a cloth bag hidden under her cloak. The bag looked filthy, specks of dried black mud clinging to it, making its original color unrecognizable. After filling the bag with all the mushrooms, the figure slowly stood up, looked around, and then cautiously continued onward. Shanshan. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. She halted abruptly, standing still without turning around, only managing to tilt her neck slightly back. Then, with a trembling gaze, she peered behind her out of the corner of her eye. Behind her, amidst the hazy gray and white woods, dry yellow leaves occasionally drifted down on the wet ground, recently rained upon. Somehow, a familiar woman dressed in black had appeared. Shanshan, it's Mom! The woman's face was gentle, her eyes, which should have been sharp, now carried a hint of heartache as she looked at the figure in the cloak. Come here. Come to Mom. The woman said softly, beckoning gently. The cloaked figure trembled all over, took a step forward, but didn't turn back, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Shanshan, where are you going? Her mother's voice continued from behind, but she dared not look back at all. She just bit her lip and kept moving forward, head down. Thankfully, this was the Black Disaster Rift, so the other party did not approach, only continuing to stand still, silently watching her. Shanshan, your dad has occupied a small stronghold again, and he asked me to find you and bring you back. You've suffered so much these days. The familiar female voice slowed her steps, progressively becoming slower. Tears trickled from her face, creating two trails of lighter color. Ignoring the voice behind her, she pressed onward, step by step. Soon, there was no more sound behind her. She exhaled in relief and quickened her pace, quickly reaching a rudimentary encampment enclosed by a fence. Inside the camp, several small black tents were set up, and some people, draped in luminous stone cloaks like refugees, huddled inside, not daring to move freely. They either squatted or lay down as if half alive, most of them remaining motionless. More or less, all bore various injuries on their bodies, some wounds even festering, yet they remained apathetically here. This was a safe zone they unexpectedly discovered, precisely located between two Black Disaster areas, where the shadow dared not intrude. Sister Sue, I brought today's mushrooms. The figure tidied the messy hair on her face, raising her voice. The revealed face, though marred with grime and mud, faintly showed Wei Shanshan's original features. The voice echoed through the forest, but strangely, no one responded. Everyone maintained their original posture, unmoving, as if they hadn't heard a thing. Sister Sue. Wei Shanshan's nerves tensed again. She looked around and realized that for 5 seconds straight, the others in the camp still hadn't moved a bit, keeping their original positions. Cold sweat broke out again, her vision, blurred from long-term malnutrition, found it hard to see clearly, yet even through the haze, she sensed something amiss. Sister Sue? Wei Shanshan slowly began to retreat, recalling what Sister Sue had said when she saved her. The area should be safe for a short time, and encountering any anomaly would mean that the balance of the Black Disaster on both sides had been disrupted. In such a case, the first thing to do upon detecting something wrong was to run away immediately. The farther away, the better. The map of the Black Disaster Rift, she remembered, everyone had to remember. Wei Shanshan accelerated her retreat, quickly recalling other escape routes in her mind. Wait, the others who went mushroom picking haven't returned. And Sister Sue is missing too. Sister Sue, who saved her, had also gone out to gather firewood, if she didn't notice upon her return. Wei Shanshan wanted so badly to stay and warn Sister Su, but the intense fear made it impossible for her to stand still. Her legs seemed to flee on their own, rapidly moving in the direction away from the camp. Without knowing why, tears welled up again, blurring her vision. Wei Shanshan increased her speed, running toward the distance. Thump, 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 thump. Her chaotic footsteps echoed through the forest, making it feel even more desolate. Suddenly, in her blurred vision, right ahead, a hazy gray figure in long clothes appeared. The figure stood there, its obscure face vaguely smiling at her. Success, success, success. The figure stepped closer to her, one step at a time. Who? Wei Shanshan halted abruptly, quickly stopping, and used her relatively clean forearm to rub her eyes, wiping away the tears. But then, in a bizarre turn, the figure vanished. Wei Shanshan quickly glanced left and right, without finding any other traces. Once assured there was nothing, she reached for the only large pyroxene stone she had in her arms, confirmed the route in her memory, and again fled toward the distance. Asterisk, she didn't know where she was going, only that she had to survive, to fight tooth and nail to live. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Black Wind Camp. Inside the stone castle. Yu Hong put down the envelope in his hand, quietly gazing at the distant mountains and forest through the window. The letter from Yi meticulously described their current situation. On their continuous trek toward Black Tree Village, they encountered several types of black disaster they had never seen before. Fortunately, by relying on a reinforced detector, they detected the black disaster early before it erupted, promptly locating the black disaster rift, and evacuated the danger zone. Later, they explored a luminous stone mining area, but unfortunately, the stones there had also been exhausted. After a thorough search and investigation, Lin Yi found a new stone talisman required by Yu Hong and sent it over with a mailman she rescued along the way. A letter from a friend? Old Zhou entered, washing his hands, and plopped down to rest. He had just been out to maintain the outer courtyard fence, repairing the damaged areas. The rain has been so heavy, it's been pouring for ages, and the ground's nearly flooded. Quite a bit of the fence has slackened from soaking, and the symbols on the walls have worn away, needing repair. Yes, let's wait until the rain stops. Yu Hong toyed with the new stone talisman in his hand. The black mark wasn't over yet, and he didn't know what effect this talisman had. He needed time to test it. By the way, Old Zhou, have you heard of a type of black disaster that causes people to disappear without any warning? In stammering Yi's letter, Yu Hong had read about such a black disaster, which they encountered at a small chance stronghold while exchanging supplies. They discovered the stronghold to be under threat from a mysterious black disaster, so they fled overnight. No warning at all? Are you sure? Old Zhou frowned. Being in a safe environment at the camp, he really didn't want to think about those terrifying black disasters. But since the boss was asking, he made an effort to recall. Yes, the only commonality was that those who vanished had been alone for some time before disappearing, Yu Hong explained. This type of black disaster Wei Song had also encountered, and it was now mentioned in Yi's letter. Capable of threatening Wei Song's elite gathering underground outpost, this was evidently a highly dangerous black disaster. Among the black disasters I encountered on the front lines, two matched this description somewhat. Zhou Shuaguang, an experienced soldier, quickly identified the key points. Please go on. Yu Hong's expression became serious. One is the gray shadow. The attack specifics aren't clear, but the aftermath is precisely as you described. No evidence or warning, people just vanish. Gray shadow is a level 6 black disaster, difficult to defend against, but the lethality isn't high. Compared to other black disasters that kill dozens to hundreds at once, it kills one by one quite slowly. The second kind is the land lake, a war-level black disaster. Its manifestation is that people drown out of nowhere in a large lake, unable to breathe or float, and their bodies sink forever into the mysterious lake, leaving only their gear and clothes. The land lake affects vast areas simultaneously, causing massive casualties that easily reach triple digits. Gray shadow. Land lake. Yu Hong stood and looked out at the sky, where rain started falling again. What was your response at the time? He asked. We ignored the gray shadow. Isolating the dead sufficed. On battlefields where thousands died daily, losing so few wasn't an issue, and it disappeared after some time. For the land lake, we bombarded the initial site extensively, creating a massive pit, and it vanished? Zhou Shuaguang shrugged, indicating his own lack of understanding. Apparently, specialists from Silver Tower were involved, but I don't know the specifics. I see. Yu Hong mused. By the way, what have you been up to these days? Getting some gear ready, preparing for future excursions? Zhou Shuaguang laughed. I was just about to tell you. I plan on going out to search for my family. I can still feel they're alive, waiting for me. How long? Yu Hong was startled, not expecting the other to leave. Maybe another 2 weeks, tops. I'll ration my own provisions. Don't worry, Zhou Shuaguang said casually. This time, I'm also going to continue mapping out the Black Disaster Rift, filling in the routes around. Don't worry, I'll bring good stuff back. Yu Hong didn't stop him. Old Zhou was a mature and obviously very shrewd guy. By the way, the outside's been a lot calmer lately, as if the black disasters have quieted down. Where do they come from? What do they intend on doing? Are they just claiming territories here? He asked softly. No one knows. The initial rumors said black disasters emerged from the Gate of Despair, which originated from the Black Well. The Black Well came from the ruins, adjacent to the luminous stone mines. It's hard to call it coincidence since all the ruins are identical, Zhou Shuaguang acknowledged. And what of the Gate of Despair? Did anyone enter it?
Yuan Wondred.
We couldn't even approach it, let alone enter. Even the precise location of the Gate of Despair is unknown. Defending against the black disaster incursions already exhausts our strength. Zhou Shuaguang smiled bitterly. Yu Hong sighed, turning toward the public corridor of the stone castle. I'll go study this new stone talisman. You should rest early. Thanks for working so hard, boss. Zhou Shuaguang smiled as he watched Yu Hong thoroughly leave, his smile gradually fading. Reaching for the pendant around his neck, he opened it to see his smiling family, took a deep breath, and pressed a kiss onto the photograph.
Chapter 182. Thrilling Moments.
On the other side, Yu Hong returned to the cave, opened the communicator, took the stone talisman, and started attempting to infuse inner chi using ink powder, an effect generated via this method previously. Soon, Zhang Kaijun's slightly weary voice transmitted from the communicator. Arrived? I've surveyed the route. The safety of the Black Disaster Rift is confirmed. You decide on the first batch of trading materials. Get me a set of leg guards made of the highest strength alloy. Also, some laundry liquid, laundry powder, and all other possible chemical products like soap, Yu Hong casually said. For the first trade to test the route, naturally, one wouldn't carry the best goods. Then, I need a retractable vortex talisman plate from your side. Prepare more, Zhang Kaijun said in a grave tone. What about Wei Song? Yu Hong asked. She hasn't come online. I spoke with her before. More and more people are dying on her side. No results from the investigation. They've decided to just relocate, replied Zhang Kaijun. She suspects a high-risk black disaster has intruded, but can't detect it herself. Can only wish her good luck then, Yu Hong said. By the way, I heard from those who came from your side that your physical strengthening exceeds ordinary enhanced people. Can you trade techniques? Zhang Kaijun was clearly eyeing the cultivation techniques of Yu Hong. From the people who came from Yu Hong's side, he knew this guy seemed unusually strong physically, quite abnormally strong, and could even physically confront some black disasters, making him suspect Yu Hong might possess some confidential techniques. My methods are unsuitable for anyone other than myself. Otherwise, I would have already enhanced the strength of others. But unfortunately, Yu Hong replied. Are you free now? Asked Zhang Kaijun. If I want to employ you for help, what's the price? You need to take action personally. I don't want to go out for now, Yu Hong flatly refused. His Thunderbolt leg progress was good, but without an array, His personal strength was only comparable to a level 5 or 6 black disaster. Before finding a solution to the contact issue, meeting an insect-like instant kill black disaster meant he would have to flee immediately. Zhang Kaijun was about to speak when he immediately saw Wei Song come online. Wei Song, how is it? Things are very bad. I've requested aerial support, but Aurora City declined. They're only willing to offer drone support services, and it's very expensive. Wei Song's voice bore deep fatigue. Have you confirmed what black disaster it is? Yu Hong asked. Over 30 people have died. Confirmed to be a new variant of black disaster. No records available. Its lethality isn't even the most troubling part. The most troubling is other aspects. Wei Song said tiredly. Especially the way this black disaster appears. What way? Yu Hong immediately thought of Lin Yi, his brows instantly furrowing. Shadow, Wei Song answered. It uses shadows as carriers suddenly appearing. Or rather, its form in the early stages closely resembles ordinary shadows, easily causing people to relax their guard and making it hard to detect until it's too late. How do you plan to handle it? Yu Hong asked with a frown. Blood lure, Wei Song said helplessly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hundreds of kilometers away from Black Wind Camp. On a dilapidated lakeside road. Buzz. A fully armed black armored vehicle was madly speeding along the road. The vehicle wobbled, like a drunken driver, swerving curves on the path. Inside the car, Xuanningning's face was stern as she drove with one hand, holding down the wildly struggling Chen Xiaoxing with her other hand. Let go of me. It's not safe here. We can't stay in the car, can't stay. At this moment, Chen Xiaoxing had lost his usual shy demeanor. His muscles bulged, and veins protruded as he twisted madly even though he was tied up. The other passengers, Anan, Oli, Lin Yi, Fang Shijun, Chun Xinji, all sat motionless in their seats, eyes closed, silent. Get ready. Someone replace me. Xuanning kept her eyes wide open, unblinking as she stared ahead. It's my turn now, Chun Xinji said in a deep voice, standing up and groping his way to the passenger seat. Ready. Xuanning, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, tears continuously sliding down her cheeks. Yet she dared not blink. Snap. In an instant, she stood up, closed her eyes. Simultaneously, another figure rushed over, took the driver's seat, and opened his eyes to take the steering wheel. The seamless handover had Xuanning quickly sitting where Chun Xinji had been, eyes shut tight. Chun Xiaoxing's struggling noises continued to fill the car. Now it was Chun Xinji holding him down. His strength is getting stronger. As soon as Chun Xinji took over, he felt something was off. The strength of Chun Xiaoxing's struggle faintly seemed to surpass his. He's completely fallen into a hallucination. Xuanning spoke gravely. Is it really just a hallucination? And then interjected. Just keep holding him. As long as someone with open eyes touches him, he won't disappear. Xuanning was unwavering. I can't hold him down much longer. Chun Xinji's hand clearly felt weak. He drove. Sweat dripped down into his eyes, forcing him to involuntarily blink. At that moment, suddenly he felt something was wrong in his grip, quickly turned his head, and glanced at the person he was holding. That glance made goosebumps explode all over his body. The person he was holding was no longer Chun Xiaoxing, but instead a stranger in a gray outfit, long hair, standing in the car. The stranger's hair parted, revealing a blurred but familiar face with a smile. That face was unmistakably Chun Xiaoxing. Ah! Chun Xinji's skin burst with dense, tiny bumps. He screamed, his eyes quickly whitening, and the vehicle he controlled swerved sharply. Squeal! A sharp screech of brakes sounded. An armored vehicle smashed into a roadside concrete barrier and came to a sudden halt with a loud bang. The door opened quickly, and shadows burst out, sprinting towards the distance to escape. Run! Oli looked back as he ran but saw Lin Yi actually grabbing Chun Xinji, who was convulsing, trying to drag him out of the vehicle. And Chun Xiaoxing, who had just been with them, had completely disappeared. Oli panicked and shouted urgently, "That guy is contagious. Don't go near him. Cindy isn't dead yet." Lin Yi shouted back loudly. She exploded with brute force, lifted Chan Xinji straight up, and jumped out of the vehicle. Let me go." Chan Xinji frothed at the mouth. "As soon as you touch me, you absolutely must not. Close your eyes. Otherwise, I know, I'll get infected. Just touch you and keep my eyes open." Lin Yi gritted her teeth. "I said, let me go. Dying here isn't so bad. Living in this world is just torture." Chan Xinji struggled to break free from the grip, but before he could finish speaking, he began convulsing violently like one with epileptic seizures. "Let me go. Ah!" Suddenly, Chan Xinji got up, struggled free with all his might, ran a good distance, and leaped into the roadside lake. Boom! Mid-air, his entire body was covered in flames and exploded, scattering his body parts into the water. Everyone was stunned. F***CK. Xuaningning smashed her fist onto the ground. Chan Xinji could have lasted a while, just needed to get through the initial infection phase, but he chose to kill himself with his own grenade. "Chan Xinji, you damn!" Fang Shijun's eyes reddened. She had joined the team with Chan Xinji and never expected that they would just encounter an unknown black disaster along the way, and he must have blinked. Anin clenched her teeth. According to our previous speculation, the next attack should have been 1 day later. We must figure out a way to deal with this, otherwise. They hadn't even reached Black Tree Village, and they had already lost 2 team members, even though they had mentally prepared themselves. Radiation hand grenades work, but we have to catch the moment he appears. This guy is like a language person, doesn't show up until the very end. And once he does, the attack is incredibly quick. Oli stated simply. Even if she and the others weren't close, she still felt a sense of dread and fear of death. Even a speedman follows several attack rules. I don't believe encountering this black disaster means certain death. We must have overlooked something. Didn't find where it began accumulating evidence. Xuaningning clenched her teeth. Right? If it truly were a guaranteed death upon encounter, this black disaster would have been nationally reported and famous by now. Its level would definitely be at the war level.
Uli agreed.
Should we head to Black Wind Camp? They must have lots of radiation hand grenades there. It'd be definitely safe. Anin suddenly suggested. Didn't Hong tell you that we could seek refuge there if we face danger? 1 day should be enough to get there. Lin Yi fell silent. She didn't want to risk implicating Hong, but to just watch as her teammates died to the black disaster was painfully hard for her. If this continues, we're all going to die. Think carefully. How were we infected when we first encountered that thing? Xuaningning raised her voice. Who was infected first? Why? No matter what, let's first head to Black Wind Camp for supplies. Our radiation hand grenades might not be enough. To take down that thing, we need these. Anin continued. Based on the detector's readings, this creature is at least a level 6 black disaster. Without finding exact mechanics for precision strike, we need to rely on massive negative value radiation saturation strike. I don't think Black Wind Camp can achieve this. Fang Shijun also didn't want to implicate others. Then just trade for radiation hand grenades, and then we leave, Xuaningning decided. Absolutely not implicating anyone else. This is the only way out. She looked towards Lin Yi, still silent. Lin Yi looked at team leader Xue, knowing they had no other options, and nodded. Let's go. Back to the car. Xuaningning commanded sternly. Asterisk. 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 Black Wind Camp. 3 people disappeared today. 2 of them were power enhancers. We still haven't figured out the killing mechanism. Through the communicator, Wei Song's voice was hoarse. Isn't pairing them up enough? Zhang Kaijun asked solemnly. Both of them went together. What about the pyroxene's secret room? It couldn't block them. They would mysteriously open the door themselves and then disappear. Later I tied people up, and indeed nothing happened temporarily, but as soon as they were untied, they immediately disappeared. This situation isn't something a low-level black disaster can achieve. Hong suggested. It's probably a new mutation of the black disaster. I've got it here too, Zhang Kaijun spoke calmly. Isolated dozens in the containment strip. After setting off several luminous stone bombs, there wasn't much noise. May not be successful. Be cautious with the follow-up. If it's like a language person, you'll need to constantly monitor the red value, Hong advised. These past few days, his inner chi had reached the 9th root, the Thunderbolt leg technique 3rd layer achieved, and his body once again began another round of enhancement. The inner chi did not dissipate, but continued accumulating, moving into the 4th layer. Up till now, I've also encountered a mutated black disaster once. Environmental conditions are deteriorating too fast. I'm worried it might further, Zhang Kaijun began to say, but suddenly paused, stopping. Not just him, Wei Song as well. Both of them simultaneously fell surprisingly silent. Not only them but everyone who could see the sky at that moment, Old Zhou, everyone in Gray City, Yi's traveling team, countless people from other outposts. Right at this moment, they all slowly raised their heads, looking towards the sky. The sky that was just bright and grayish-white was now visibly darkening at a rate noticeable to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the bright sky had completely fallen into darkness. And the time was still only 10:30 in the morning. Chapter 183 Mind. It's earlier again. Yu Hong stood up, walked to the door, and looked through the observation window at the hallway outside. The hallway also had a window facing the outside, which was made of wooden lattice. At this moment, the sky beyond the lattice window was completely dark. How long was daybreak this time? Zhang Kaijun's voice came from the communicator. Half an hour, maybe even less. The actual time the sun was up wasn't much, and it never got fully bright.
Yuan answered in a grave tone.
We should prepare. After a moment of silence, Zhang Kaijun cut off the communication and logged off. Boom! Thunder rolled, and fine raindrops fell once again, hitting the ground and trees with rustling sounds. Yu Hong turned off the communicator and switched on the electric lights. He threw his dirty clothes into the fully automatic washing machine, let it wash, then opened the door and went out, meeting Zhou Shuiguang, who also came to the common hallway. Boss! The daylight. It's early. Zhou Shuiguang looked equally troubled. Wasn't it supposed to last 3 months? How long has it been? Get ready. Yu Hong didn't say much. For the safety around the camp, I'm planning to deal with the level 8 speedman wandering outside in the next few days. Don't go out unless it's necessary. Even the direction of the vehicle track, don't go. Okay. I promise not to drag you down, boss. Old Zhou nodded seriously. However, upon hearing the boss talk about a level 8 black disaster as casually as if he were going out to chop wood, he couldn't help but recall the tragic scene of those 4 insect men dying miserably in the camp. At that time, the boss strolled over and picked up the belongings left behind by the others. From beginning to end, the insect men couldn't even get close to the boss. That scene had a profound impact on him. He had no doubt that, even if the insect men really got in front of the boss, they would be nonchalantly slapped in the face and squashed on the spot. No doubt about it, the boss was that kind of person. Strong and muscular, with a large build, an expressionless face, killing people like hemp. Old Zhou took a deep breath and decided that he must be even more respectful when speaking with the boss in the future, in case the boss accidentally put too much strength into a joke. Wouldn't he be? What are you thinking about? Yu Hong saw his weird expression and casually asked. Nothing. Just thinking about what rules and regulations need to be improved and supplemented. Old Zhou said quickly. Okay. Now that the daylight is even shorter, don't go too far when you're outside. Yu Hong reminded him. Boss, are you clearing out the black disaster outside to gather some wild vegetables and herbs for the last time? No, just to ensure the safety passageways are clear. You reminded me. We must ensure that plants like wild vegetables are replenished for nutrients.
Yuan frowned.
I can take care of that. After the boss has dealt with it, I'll go out and transplant some non-toxic dark light wild vegetables back here. With the camp's illumination, they can barely survive. But they need specific light tubes since the wavelength of light they absorb is different from regular light. Old Joe seemed to know a bit in this aspect and spoke with authority. Then I'll leave it to you, Yu Hong nodded. He walked out of the stone castle and left through the main gate of the corridor. He had already changed into a full set of reinforced gray lizard suits, with white vapor continuously spewing from the sides of the breathing valve. Click, click. Step by step, he walked out of the inner courtyard, out of the outer courtyard, and arrived at the secondary safety zone. Yu Hong looked around, scanning for signs of Speedman with his naked eyes, while also searching with the black lizard suit in operation. 9 newly enhanced black lizards, with him as the center and a radius of 3 kilometers, began to inspect and search rapidly. One by one, the shadows were casually corroded and vanished by the black phlegm, and due to the high-risk black disaster driving them out, there were only the lowest-level shadows here, and not many of them. Before long, Yu Hong closed his eyes slightly. Found it! He inhaled gently, his vision entering one of the black lizards. Whoosh! The view instantly crossed over forests and grasslands, rocks and soil, and quickly stopped in front of a dead black tree. In front of the dead tree, a slim figure in yellow clothes and a white skirt was moving slowly forward. She seemed to wander aimlessly, walking non-stop, as slow as an ordinary person taking a stroll in the woods. Her overly clean and neat clothes, juxtaposed with the wet environment from the falling light rain, created an inexplicable sense of discordance. Long hair fell over the Speedman's face, concealing it as she walked silently forward. Suddenly, a mouthful of black phlegm flew out and hit the side of her skirt. The large blob of black phlegm stuck to the hem of her skirt, heavy and thick, already beginning to slide down the fabric. The Speedman stopped. She turned around, ignoring the black phlegm, chose a different direction, and continued forward. But she didn't get far. Another mouthful of black phlegm shot out, hitting her right in the chest, the large area of black phlegm partially soiling her pristine chin. Crack. The Speedman's hands slowly clenched into fists. She seemed to be getting angry, extremely angry. Yet, she changed direction again, this time trying to hurry, speeding up and walking tens of meters in a few strides. This direction was completely away from the camp, opposite to it. Unfortunately, another mouthful of black phlegm, striking the side of her face. The black viscous phlegm slowly slid down, from her hair, her barely visible cheek, trickling down. Silence. Seconds of silence passed. Suddenly, hiss! Piercing laughter filled with anger abruptly resonated through the surrounding air. Speedman's body suddenly emitted a circle of invisible radiation, which instantly neutralized the black phlegm. She spun around and dashed directly towards the Black Wind Camp. Before long, she once again saw the outline of the Black Wind Camp directly ahead. Outside the camp stood a nearly 2-meter-tall, burly humanoid figure. It was Yu Hong. Why does this guy look so angry? He wondered, somewhat puzzled as he watched Speedman rapidly approaching. He seemed to sense her fury. Could it be that even high-risk black disaster entities can have human-like emotions? Thinking about it, what exactly is the origin of these black disasters, and why do they take human form? These questions suddenly flashed through his mind. Let's give it a try. Once he made up his mind, ideas quickly swirled in Yu Hong's head. In an instant, 9 gobs of black phlegm flew at high speed from all around, all of them striking Speedman, who was rapidly closing in. Now, her entire body was covered in thick, black phlegm. The heavy sour stench amalgamated into one, instantly transforming her into a concentrated source of noxious fumes. Speedman froze, stopping in her tracks. Silence. Ah! Suddenly, an ear-piercing and exaggerated shriek burst forth from her body. Her speed explosively increased, and she fiercely charged towards Yu Hong. Yu Hong's face remained expressionless. As he held back the inner chi in his thunderbolt leg, he exerted his strength, retreating with astonishing velocity. His body blinked into the outer yard, entering the range of the array. Judging from the other party's reaction, Speedman should possess basic simple cognitive abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't be coming for me. She should be dealing with the 9 spitting black lizards instead. He calmly continued to back away while his eyes, through the helmet, observed Speedman carefully. Just as Speedman entered the outer yard, a flock of transparent black crows materialized out of thin air, with black sparks attached to them. The crows began to dive repeatedly at Speedman. Just 3 seconds. Speedman's advances had already significantly slowed down, a fate worse than the Insect Man. At least the Insect Man initially had an astonishing speed, far surpassing that of ordinary humans. But she was different. Her speed from the start was that of an average person walking. Even in a rage, her speed was at best akin to a person running. Thus, 5 seconds later, Speedman got stuck in the middle of the outer yard, motionless. One leg was raised, moving forward, but she couldn't seem to step down at all. At this moment, a dense mass of black phlegm rained down like a storm, spraying from all directions and sticking to her, and she could do nothing about it. Her figure flickered a few times, attempting to teleport, but regrettably, the suppression from the array was too potent, rapidly neutralizing her red value radiation. Her teleport seemed to require an instant's consumption of a portion of the red value to expand and release throughout her body. However, being restrained by the array, the red value radiation had no chance to expand before being neutralized. As such, this rank 8 Speedman could only stand stiffly outside the camp yard, utterly unable to move. Countless globs of phlegm soon submerged her into a black mess, while the array's erosion and burning also rapidly reduced her size. Not half a minute passed. Speedman grew smaller and smaller until she finally dissolved completely, becoming a puddle of black phlegm on the ground. The black smoke slowly dissipated, the phlegm steaming away, leaving no trace behind. From beginning to end, she couldn't even emit a final scream. No bones this time? Yuhong walked to where she disappeared and crouched down to inspect carefully. But there was nothing on the ground, which left him somewhat disappointed. Last time, the materials from Speedman were integrated into the array, yielding quite impressive results, granting those slowing black crows the ability to teleport short distances. He had hoped he could get more this time, but unfortunately, standing up, he took a breath of relief. The biggest trouble Speedman is dealt with. Now I just need to use the black lizards to clear the surroundings. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the desolate mountain forest, mist shrouded everything. Wei Shanshan stumbled forwards as she ran, with no shadow, no insects, nothing around her. Her body still wore the luminous stone blanket, but it was torn in places. Her white t-shirt and jeans were already dirty and turned to a gray-black color, the original patterns indistinguishable. Shanshan, come here. Come to mommy. The voice of her mother, Qiu Yanqi, suddenly called out from behind. Wei Shanshan's body shivered, and her pace quickened even more. She ran frantically in the opposite direction, so desperately that she didn't notice the delicate, eerie, purple-tinged patterns that had surfaced on the exposed skin of her arms and neck. They resembled veins, but they were far too numerous and dense. Unknowingly, a black mountain wall loomed up in the forest ahead of her. A crude fence circled outside of the cliff. Several black silhouettes with guns and talismans moved back and forth, patrolling. Help! Help me! Wei Shanshan saw people, as if they were saviors, and immediately yelled out, dragging her weary body towards them. I have an enhancer detector that can detect black disaster rifts. Save me! Wei Shanshan shouted. I know how to use the detector. Please, save me! Chapter 184 Soul. A few people hesitated for a moment, and one of them raised the talisman plate in this direction. There was still no change in the old-style luminous stone talisman plate in their hands, which made them feel much more at ease. One of them looked around and, with the light from outside the cave, saw Wei Shanshan. Still just a kid. Not very old, he said softly. Check if there's no problem, then let her go rest and heal in the buffer zone first. She must have escaped from one of the nearby camps. Sigh. Another person sighed. My daughter is about this age too. Thud. Wei Shanshan collapsed in front of them. She was crying and trembling, wanting to speak, but the oppressive space and the cold air made her unable to utter a sound for the moment. Without realizing it, her vision blurred. In the blur, she saw those two people lift her up, check that she had no weapons, and then place her inside a shed within the fence. In the blur, she turned her head and saw behind her a gray figure with neurotic bloodshot eyes standing outside the camp, smiling at her. Click. Vaguely, she seemed to see that gray figure flash gently and enter inside the fence. And the guards didn't notice at all. Shanshan, you did well. Good child. You really are your parents' good child. Asterisk. 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 The cave fortifications had noticeably thickened the defenses everywhere. This time, the fortifications included parts of the outer rock layer of the cave. Through this clever method, a bit of the outer rock that didn't belong to the cave was incorporated, essentially bypassing the strengthening rules of the Black Mark. Yu Hong felt that the door was much heavier and sturdier when pushing open the wooden door now. It seemed as if a lot of the stone's nutrients had been absorbed into the wooden door. After a round of fortification, his sense of security was slightly satisfied, and then he ordered the Black Lizard to clear all black disasters within a 3-kilometer range. He himself stayed in the cave's safe house, studying the new stone talisman he had received from Stammering Yi. It was still raining outside, and in the woods a waterway had formed, rushing down from the direction of Baiqiu village and flowing to lower ground. The turbid stream carved out a black road that resembled something man-made. Within the camp, with old Zhou constantly inspecting, digging drainage channels every day, there wasn't much going on. Wish, wish. Inside the cave at the wooden table, Yu Hong, under the soft yellow light of a desk lamp, was mimicking and drawing the new stone talisman's patterns. Holding a gray-black charcoal pencil that had been honed and trimmed, he continuously drew one slender line after another. The entire desktop was covered with wooden boards he used to practice drawing the runes. Soon enough, finally, Yu Hong stopped his pencil, admiring the runes he had just drawn carefully. This time it should be fine. After practicing dozens of times, he was almost proficient with this new rune. Next, it was time to... He put away the charcoal pencil, opened the drawer, and took out the feather pen and large pyroxene stone ink powder inside, preparing some in a small iron dish, mixing it with water and dipping the ink. This time Yu Hong took a relatively sturdy wooden board, operated inner chi, poured it into the feather pen, and lightly started drawing. Half a minute later, a pretty beautiful new array pattern appeared on the wooden board, just at the split second when the final stroke formed and closed. A faint attraction started budding from the array pattern. Attraction. Yu Hong was taken aback, as he had been watching this array pattern and naturally noticed that fleeting special attraction. This force of attraction. He extended his hand, lightly placing it on the surface of the array pattern. At the same time, his other hand continued to inject new inner chi into the array pattern. Snap. In an instant, this new array pattern wooden board burst forth with a very distinct force of attraction, sticking itself firmly to Yu Hong's palm. It really is attraction. Not the type of radiation attraction that the Vortex Talisman array absorbs only the red value but a direct traction on objects. Yu Hong opened his eyes wide. He also discovered that the inner chi he injected into the talisman plate had disappeared directly right after that moment. Attraction rune driven by inner chi? He speculated. This is a very useful rune. Previously, the array's deceleration relied on the airflow crow. If I added this array, it would definitely significantly increase the hindrance. Letting go, he picked up this talisman plate. Aside from the talisman array, this rune has a wide application range. It could even be used in my inner chi cultivation, with this rune as the structure mass-producing to form a vortex, highly compressing the inner chi concentration. This could completely create a new foundational inner chi. Just in time, I need to reinforce an inner chi technique to control and expand the camp. Holding the new talisman plate that Yi sent, and after testing the array and confirming it indeed had this effect, Yu Hong simply named it. Since it produces a traction force rune, let's call it the traction rune. Afterward, he devoted almost all his time to researching the cultivation of luminous stone and creating a method to share control over inner chi. Both of these could only rely on the Black Mark's constant experimentation, which was a tedious, repetitive process. But regardless of how tedious, it had to be done. Time went by day, and it continued to rain outside, occasionally pausing for at most half a day, then resuming for most of the time. The fourth layer of Thunderbolt Leg's inner chi was continuously condensing bit by bit, while the Black Mark, with nothing better to do, reinforced the entire Black Wind camp, making its exterior sturdier and also completely solidified the drawn concealment runes into it. In the camp, besides maintaining the drainage, Old Joe also created an external cargo frame that could be attached to a car, further increasing the car's total capacity. He also pulled out the car's charging circuit, modifying it into a type that allowed for manual adjustment of charging methods. So the solar car now could be charged with solar power or directly plugged in. After doing all this, Old Joe packed his gear, took the accumulated food and water, and bid farewell to Yu Hong. "You're heading out in this weather?" Yu Hong asked with a frown. "I've got to find them anyway. I thought I could convince myself." "Unfortunately," Zhou Shuiguang laughed heartily, standing by the fence as he patted the prepared car. "These past days, I've been dreaming every day, seeing my wife holding the kid, just standing in the house, looking at me. It's too dangerous to go out in this weather," Yu Hong said with a frown. "Better to go once the rain stops." "What if the rain doesn't stop?" Old Joe smiled. He bent down, picked up the large backpack on the ground. "I'm already at this age. There aren't many important things in life. I'm afraid if I wait any longer, some things might be too late." "Then when will you be back?" Yu Hong knew he couldn't talk him out of it. Fortunately, it wasn't as dangerous outside now, as the discovery of the Black Disaster Rift had established a safe basis for traveling between outposts. "According to the clues I found last time, I'm planning to head further north this time." Old Joe took off the tested backpack, opened the car door, and got in. "I don't know the exact time, but no matter what, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely come back." He sat in the driver's seat, moved the backpack to the passenger seat. "This time out, I'll try to bring back some stone talismans. Don't worry." He waved his hand. "Don't die out there. At least bring the car back to me," Yu Hong said. "Understood. Rest assured, with the boss's magic car, nothing will happen. I'm going to find the generator and fuel first so that there's electricity even without sunshine." The car door closed, Old Joe started the car, and drove out gently from the open fence. Yu Hong silently watched the car leave, driving away until it vanished into the rain curtain. He sighed, shutting the gate of the fence. He turned back to glance at the brightly lit stone castle, then turned around and left. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the highway, a menacing black armored vehicle was increasing its speed, heading towards the Black Wind camp. "Everyone stay together. Someone must keep their eyes open at all times. No blinking. At this time, even a split-second blink could result in that guy attacking." Inside the vehicle, Xuanning, covered in blood, her face pale, shouted loudly. The rest of the team was also covered in blood spots, looking exhausted. After deciding to call for help from Yu Hong, they turned the car around. Having mapped out the Black Disaster Rift along the way, the drive initially went smoothly, but heavy rain flooded most sections and landslides blocked the route, forcing them to detour. The detours led to their running out of fuel. Yes, after the modifications, the armored car was powered by a hybrid of solar and diesel power. With no sun, they had to rely on diesel, but halfway through they ran out of diesel, forcing them to get out and find some in a nearby ruined city. Just when they finally found some, and showed signs of infection. At a critical moment, Xuanning discovered a prerequisite condition for the Black Disaster attack. It was that touching an infected person while in the eye-closed state would contaminate them. And post-infection, even in the early stages, accumulating 10 minutes of eye-closed time would trigger a full infection attack. Leveraging this discovery, they compelled Anin to absolutely not sleep with her eyes closed. Upon finding the diesel, they pressed on toward Black Wind Camp in the car. "How much further now, Captain?" Oli asked loudly, his eyes swollen. "About 10 kilometers more, we're close." "Hold on, Anin," Xuaningning shouted. On their return, they came across 2 other outposts. One was relatively large, and they initially planned to trade some supplies. However, once the others noticed they had unknowable black disaster symptoms, both outposts refused their trade. If not for that, they wouldn't have had to find diesel in the ruined city themselves. "My breathing valve got clogged with blood again," Anin said painfully, her skin continuously swelling with various sized lumps, some as large as fists, and others as small as soybeans. Aiding her was Linny, who was constantly opening and closing the portable Vortex talisman plate to maintain a negative radiation environment inside the car, suppressing her body's abnormalities. "We're close now. Once we reach the camp, they'll surely have plenty of talisman plates. At that point, we can grab the chance to buy a lot of plates to increase the radiation levels, definitely suppressing that creature," Fang Shijun shouted. At this moment, the corner of her eye had already caught sight of stammering Yi, showing signs of swelling on her body, subtly moving. That was the mark of infection. Although it took contact in an eye-closed state to transmit, Lin Yi had been holding Chun Xinji the entire time. Blinking was inevitable. As soon as she blinked, the eye-closed condition was fulfilled, and infection was almost certain. Nonetheless, the radiation hand grenades and vortex talisman plates held back this time frame. Time ticked by, and the lumps on Anin grew more numerous and larger, with her consciousness also beginning to blur. After crossing this bridge, only 5 kilometers left. "We're almost there. Almost there. Stay strong, Anin and Yi," Xuaningning yelled assertively. "If it comes down to the last moment, hold on to her, and don't close your eyes. Even a blink could make her disappear." The armored vehicle was forcibly driven like a sports car by Xuaningning. Roar! The vehicle sped past a flooded section of the road, splashing a large spray of water. Just then, a vast entity loomed ahead, sprawled across the highway, blocking it. It was a massive black worm, 10 meters long, 5 to 6 meters high. Elephant worm! Xuaningning charged out of the fog and immediately spotted the creature, her eyes welling with despair. Under ordinary circumstances, they could have relied on various weapons to temporarily drive it back. But now, in this state, "I'll distract it." Fang Shijun grabbed a grenade launcher, opened the door, and jumped out. "You guys go!" She adjusted her helmet's breathing valve and fired grenades at the elephant worm. Boom! In the explosion and flames, an indentation appeared on the elephant worm, angering it and prompting it to pursue Fang Shijun. Xuaningning gritted her teeth and kept driving. "I'll come back to pick you up," she yelled through the window. But all she saw was Fang Shijun holding a gun in one hand, waving the other hand goodbye. The mist closed, quickly blocking any view. Nothing could be seen anymore. Chapter 185. Everyone must take responsibility for their choices, whether they are right or wrong. Inside the communicator, Zhang Kaijun's voice was cold and cruel. "As leaders, our responsibility is to keep the flame alive and ensure the survival of the majority. The fate of individuals is irrelevant," he continued. Upon learning of Yu Hong's handling of some people in the camp earlier, he immediately gave a negative evaluation. "What about yourself?" Yu Hong asked. "The leader is also a person, an individual. The same applies. If I no longer serve the survival of the group, then I can also be discarded. Of course, I won't let myself end up in that situation," Zhang Kaijun said calmly. "You are a cold person." Yu Hong paused for a moment, then replied. "Many people say that," Zhang Kaijun said indifferently, showing no anger. Inside the communicator, for a moment, there was only the sound of their light breathing. Currently, in the communication channel, only the two of them were online for long periods. Wei Song had logged on a few days ago, saying he was moving and needed to conserve energy, so he couldn't come online temporarily. Since then, there had been no activity. After a pause, the trading team is about to arrive. I'm using a contracting system where outsiders bid monthly to form a trade caravan. I only want fixed returns. Profits and losses don't concern me. So, there's no need to cut me any deals on the trading prices, Zhang Kaijun explained. I didn't plan to cut you any deals, Yu Hong replied. From the beginning until now, his relationship with the other party was only a normal exchange relationship. But you manage so strictly. Are there still people in the city daring to form caravans? He suddenly asked, puzzled. They're all outsourced individuals. The elites in the city won't, and don't have the time to do such risky things. They're formed entirely by leftover outposts outside, and I only take the materials, Zhang Kaijun said. The small outposts outside here basically survive on the remnants of the previous Hope City. Too many people died in a short time, leading to vast amounts of supplies left untouched, with some cities having enough stored food for thousands of people to eat for years. But those places harbor various dangers. I won't sacrifice my elites in vain to search them. Outsourcing only to receive the results is the best choice. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. The communication was silently cut off after a while. He stood up and heard it was still raining outside, with rolling thunder. The rainfall not only hadn't stopped but seemed to be getting heavier. Sigh. He sighed. He made himself a pot of yam and meatball soup. The yam was dried, one of the supplies old Zhou scavenged last time he came back. In addition, there were some assorted snacks and frozen smoked meat, all piled up in the basement. With so many deaths, in many places, entire warehouses of supplies have been left untouched. In some places, even if people obtained supplies, they didn't have time to consume them. When the black disaster hit, everything was gone. After eating, he picked up a book and lay on the bed to rest. Long hours of cultivating inner qi had caused a vague, indescribable irritation to rise in his heart. But at this moment, outside the heavy rain poured, the cold was biting, while inside the cave it was warm like spring, brightly lit. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he turned the pages of a book he had just gotten his hands on and hadn't read yet. Yu Hong felt an inexplicable trace of tranquility arise in his heart, and with this trace of peace, the irritation slowly faded away, dissipating. After reading the book for a while, this randomly found, previously dull political logic now surprisingly captivated him. Feeling more relaxed, Yu Hong got up again and went to the basement to practice the Thunderbolt leg technique. He stood in the center, slowly assuming the Thunderbolt leg stance, one leg in front of the other, front toe raised, body slightly bent, arms raised in a defensive posture. Swish! Suddenly, a white phantom flashed by. It was Yu Hong's right leg sweeping out, its shadow slicing through the air, producing a piercing whistle. Not only that, at the moment of the sweep, his right leg was filled with amplified inner qi, causing a thin translucent layer of airflow to surround it. This layer of airflow appeared and was immediately noticed by Yu Hong. He had sensed it before but hadn't paid much attention. It was just that today, the practice seemed to have reached a qualitative change, and this layer of airflow faintly had a texture resembling a solid form. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few seconds, his consecutive kicks unleashed several dozen leg strikes. Bang! In an instant, a transparent air current flew from the tip of his leg and slammed into the wall with a muffled sound. This was the previously achieved air current long-range attack. At the same time, Yu Hong felt the airflow layer on his legs growing thicker, like wearing an extra thick leg armor. However, the inner qi still hadn't reached an explosive state. It seems the Thunderbolt leg technique has improved again. He rejoiced in his heart. This martial art, with a total of 6 layers, had helped him greatly, primarily due to its astonishing speed and explosive power. Of course, the Thunderbolt leg wasn't without its weaknesses. Its lack of protection was one of them, so he relied on strengthening suits to protect his legs. Otherwise, if his legs got injured, his speed would plummet and he wouldn't even be able to escape. Thinking back to those martial arts films he had watched, whenever a master of leg techniques appeared, they were incredibly impressive. But when they got injured, their combat power diminished almost instantaneously. After all, with injured legs, they couldn't even walk, let alone fight. So, to avoid this, he planned to train his legs to become his strongest asset. And now, the Thunderbolt leg seemed to be showing signs of compensating for this aspect. This layer of airflow should be the protective effect inherent to the leg technique. Viewing it like this, the technique, after reaching the fourth layer, finally possesses true defensive power, greatly enhancing its combat capability. Previously, I only relied on the protective suit to temporarily make up for the shortcoming. Now it's truly improved. In the basement, the more Yu Hong practiced, the smoother he became. The piercing whistle soon turned into eerie, maniacal laughter, which, as his leg speed increased, grew more hysterically frenzied. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. We can't go on. Schweningning slammed on the brakes, her face pale beneath the helmet. Outside the car window right in front, a landslide of rocks, mud, and trees had completely blocked the road ahead. The original highway had suddenly turned into a dead end here. With the torrential rain, even the fog was beaten away by the downpour, and with the moonlight shining through, the entire world seemed to turn into a desolate gray. Get out! Schweningning commanded decisively. Being a person who acted as a captain, she was quick in making decisions. A few people immediately made up their minds, opened the doors, grabbed their belongings, donned their luminous stone cloaks, and rushed along the edge of the landslide. Due to the urgency of the situation, there was no time to close their eyes. E and Anin didn't even wear protective suits, only carrying a breathing valve. Oli held a radiation hand grenade, covering the rear. The cold and moisture continuously seeped into their bodies. Schweningning glanced at the detector, which already showed the temperature reaching 2 degrees. Such low temperatures made her feel cold all over, even in her suit. Not to mention Lin Yi and Nen, who were behind her in regular clothing. Stay close, E. I'm not familiar with the way you lead, Schweningning shouted. Okay. Lin Yi's face was firm. On this outing, her teammates had died because she led the investigation into Black Tree Village, filling her heart with pain and guilt. If only I had never agreed to go with the captain in the first place. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. The group abandoned the car and ran forward like crazy. Anin remained dazed, so Lin Yi simply carried her. At 80 or 90 pounds, she was weightless in Lin Yi's hands. Amidst the sound of rain, Fang Shijun's gunfire faded, becoming faint, until it finally went silent. As they ran, all three couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. The cessation of gunfire perhaps meant that Fang Shijun was likely already. Damn! Schweningning screamed angrily. They ran with all their might. After running for who knows how long, they saw the road leading out of Black Wind Camp ahead. Suddenly, they vaguely spotted a red abandoned car on the left side of the road. Rain battered the car window, and in the blur, they could make out someone sitting in the driver's seat. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yu Hong finished his exercises, exhaled, and felt the newly gathered inner chi inside him, and his heart grew increasingly calm. He wiped off some sweat, then took a hot shower and changed into clean clothes. He left the room, passed through the stone passage, and arrived at the stone castle. The 2-story stone castle was also lit everywhere. He first went to the breeding room to check the humidity and temperature. 72%, 14 degrees Celsius. The increasingly damp air outside nicely offsets the dryness inside. The chilled water pipes and air purification keep humidity down, which works out just fine. He inspected each breeding box one by one, found no issues, and then checked for any damage or defects in the rune on the inner wall. After finishing these tasks, Yu Hong returned to the cave and piled up predefined amounts of jerky, wild vegetables, and dried insects to strengthen. These quantities had been pre-calculated, allowing the black mark to continuously produce fortified nutrient paste while he slept. The strengthening process would finish just at the end of his sleep, with a margin of error not exceeding 10 minutes. Finally, he relied on the black lizard to check the surroundings of the camp. The black lizard is incredibly useful. Without leaving the house, I can monitor the surrounding environment while ensuring a certain level of safety. Once I resolve my inner chi issues, I can consider further enhancing the black lizard. Lying on the wooden bed, Yu Hong's mind began planning how to reinforce it. Now, the individual strength of a black lizard is essentially sufficient. To make it capable of countering high-risk black disasters would be immensely challenging, and it would probably require a great deal of time. But if I simply increase the number, it might save a lot.
Yuhong pondait.
The number of black lizards is determined by the mark. Since I can enhance the strength of the black lizards, perhaps I can also increase their numbers. He closed his eyes and began to sense the black lizard mark. The mark was still the same as before, like 2 extra arms growing inside his mind, which he could control to float around at any time. As his inner chi grew, and his physique strengthened, Yu Hong found himself increasingly able to see them clearly. They were 2 black spheres with white dots of light enclosed inside. If his consciousness focused on the light dots, he could quickly see the faint images emerging within. Looking closely, he could further magnify them. How can I increase the number of creatures controlled by the mark? Yu Hong's mind once again entertained this thought. Suddenly, he noticed something. The 2 marked black spheres seemed slightly larger than when he had first discovered their functions. I remember initially the marks appeared to be much smaller. The light points inside occupied more space within the spheres at that time. He observed carefully. He found that in the 2 black spheres, the array contained only 1 light point, while the black lizard had 9 light points within it. The array has only 1, while the black lizard has 9, which matches. Now, the black lizard's light points don't occupy much of the black sphere's space, and there seems to be more room. Does this imply that I can try to increase the number of black lizards? Yu Hong's mind flashed with this thought. Previously, I only nurtured up to the 9th black lizard and stopped increasing. The initial attempt's outcome seemed to limit my thinking. This inertia led me to stop trying to increase numbers. But maybe, he decided without hesitation, immediately injecting a strand of inner chi into one of the black lizard light points. The reproduction of black lizards required inner chi. And now he had nearly 20 strands of inner chi, so using one temporarily was no problem. It would quickly replenish. Chapter 186. Mind's Core Alliance Hierarch. Just as inner chi flowed in, a dim light point swiftly split off from that beam, also floating inside the black sphere. The 10th black lizard, successfully produced. Yu Hong felt a surge of elation. He then glanced at the space within the black sphere and roughly estimated that there was still room for more light points, so he injected another stream of inner chi. Quickly, the 11th, then the 12th black lizards were simultaneously born. But it seemed that 12 was the limit for the black sphere at that time. There needed to be a certain gap between each lizard's light point. The 12 points, evenly distributed, once again filled the entire black sphere. Yu Hong, seeing the increase in numbers, suddenly felt very pleased. Not bad, it looks like the black sphere and my own strength are closely related. Just not sure if it's connected to inner chi or physical and mental constitution. I can test this out later. Confirming that it was possible to add more light points within the imprint gave Yu Hong an added sense of security. Finally, he observed the array imprint's black sphere once more. It had grown significantly, but the newly expanded space was still insufficient to add a second array. It'll need to increase by at least half its volume to work. Yu Hong shook his head inwardly and simply exited his mental realm, preparing to rest. With 9 active black lizards patrolling outside, an array ready to alert them to any dangers, and the black disaster of a lower tier that enters dying instantly, not to mention the luminous stone effect of the pyroxene secret room and the concealing symbol's efficacy of the stone castle and the cave itself. All these assured that the Black Wind Camp had very strong guarantees against the safety from the black disaster. Exiting the observation of the imprint, Yu Hong locked his door, took a last sip of water, lay down, found a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. Regular sleep was key to ensuring the speed of his cultivation. Boom! A sudden muffled explosion, different from the sound of thunder, came from outside the cave. The muffled sound was so clear that not even the heavy rain could drown it out, instantly making Yu Hong leap from the wooden bed. Bomb! His face hardened. That was the sound of a bomb. If there was a bomb, it meant people were nearby. Otherwise, the sound wouldn't have reached him. Immediately, he sensed his black lizards, controlling one to radiate and inspect the surroundings. No matter who was out there, he had to first ascertain their identity and whether they posed a threat to the camp. But he had only checked a few times. Yu Hong's expression suddenly changed, and he sprang to his feet, put on a strengthened suit, grabbed a few radiation hand grenades, and dashed out the door. Through the black lizard's vision, he saw far away through the curtain of rain. Yi and a few others were running at full speed toward him. And shockingly, there were two differently powered black smoke vortices accompanying them. The smoke vortices continuously belched smoke upward, the smoke twisting like tentacled creatures, eerily indescribable. Damn it! How many times have we cleared them out, and they still dare to come in? And they dare to touch my people. A surge of rage burst forth in Yu Hong's heart. You're looking for death. Bang! In the darkness of the night, a vague air burst explosively beneath him, scattering rainwater and propelling him like an arrow toward the distant forests. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Boom! The sudden explosion of fire and noise from behind startled Oli. Thud! Her legs gave way, and by accident, she tripped over a thick tree root and fell to the ground. Thankfully, the protective suit did its job, and she was unhurt. She quickly got up and continued to try to keep up, but she noticed that Schweningning and the others had also stopped. Drip, drip, drip. The headlights of the red sedan began to flicker, pulsing on and off, emitting a faint noise. Even through the heavy rain, the sound was crystal clear. The amber headlights cut through the veil of rain, projecting two distinct beams of light. In normal circumstances, encountering a car's flashing headlights on the road would be quite ordinary. But now, in these desperate times, on a stretch of highway clearly blocked by a landslide and in torrential rain, the flickering headlights of the red sedan sent chills up the spine of the three women. Run past it! Schweningning yelled loudly. The rain was too loud. Without shouting, one couldn't be heard from behind. Without a second word, the three of them dashed past the side of the sedan, splashing through the water as they went. Fortunately, the red sedan remained stationary, not moving an inch as they ran past. Desperate, the three women ran for over 10 more minutes, until finally, Oli couldn't hold on any longer and stumbled, crashing onto the road. She tried to get up but felt too weak, her eyes seeing stars, too exhausted to rise. Schweningning turned back and picked her up, carrying someone on her shoulder just like E. Almost there. We're just about to make it. At that moment, Linny's only hope was to quickly reach Yu Hong's camp and then save the last three of her teammates. Ahead on the road, they could faintly see two jeeps parked by the side. The water nearly submerged a thin layer of the highway, sloping from right to left, flowing continuously, and then streaming around the bottom of the jeeps and off the roadside slope. Just a bit more, hold on. Seeing the two jeeps, E's spirits lifted, knowing they were near the camp. If they could get enough radiation hand grenades or a vortex talisman plate, they could keep suppressing the weird black disaster afflicting them, as long as they saved an. E had been ready to die on the way since the moment they left. The two quickened their pace, soon finding the temporary trail leading up the mountainside, about to charge up. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, a pair of bright yellow headlight beams shot at them from directly ahead. It was that red sedan. It had reappeared in front of them silently, without any sound at all. Following that, amidst the clamor of crashing sounds, a massive mixture of rocks, soil, and tree trunks washed down from the slope of the mountain. The dark yellow muddy water, carrying thick trunks, fiercely rushed towards the group. Schweningning and Yi tried to retreat together, but found their legs were as if pulled by something, unable to move at all. They looked down. Beneath their feet, black-green waterweeds had appeared at some point, entangling their legs like a thick mass of hair. And at the other end of the waterweeds was the bottom of a red sedan. Buzz. The sedan started, its engine noise unusually distinct amidst the heavy rain. The car moved slowly, quickly passing by them, but its undercarriage's waterweeds wrapped around Schweningning and Yi, pulling them back fiercely. An irresistible force dragged the two of them backward. Thump thump, they fell to the ground, dragged by the car, slowly returning in the direction they came from. They struggled frantically, but to no avail, unable to break free from the waterweeds. Neither tearing nor cutting worked, only causing more waterweeds to entangle their arms. The group was already near exhaustion, Yi being the only one with a bit of strength left, but with her legs entangled, she couldn't break free. She had to use one hand to keep hold of Anin, not letting herself be separated from her, or else Anin would instantly die, replaced by the black disaster. Rainwater poured into Yi's eyes, but she dared not blink. The stinging sensation on the surface of her eyes caused her tears to flow wildly. Yet, she endured, gripping Anin with determination. Through her blurred vision, she saw Anin's clothes starting to change color. From a light green top, it gradually turned into a gray long sleeve, the skirt also changing into worn gray trousers. Long hair grew increasingly longer, gradually covering her face. "Anin!" she yelled. Yi hazily saw a figure in gray attire with black hair slowly emerge behind Anin. The figure reached forward with both hands, gently wrapping them around Anin. It was the Black Disaster, the entity that had been following them, claiming 2 lives in a row. Suddenly, the figure in gray looked towards Yi's back. There, a red sedan with its headlights on, countless black waterweeds tightly entangling Schweningning and Yi. The vague figure inside the car also looked toward them. The two figures locked eyes in an instant. Invisible radiation twisted into an almost tangible force, distorting the rain around them, forming 2 rainless spherical spaces. Toot! The sedan suddenly honked. Whoosh! The figure's clothes in gray trembled and fluttered, making a ripping sound. "You're seeking death." At an impasse between the two, a white light burst from the forest, bringing a terrifying shriek as it meteor-like slammed down on top of the red sedan. Boom! A cruel, mocking laugh erupted as the white light hit the rooftop of the red sedan in an instant. Enormous force crushed the car's roof on the spot. The whole car, like a cardboard box squashed at the waist, its middle pressed down to the chassis. The headlights went out, and the sedan was lifted into the air by a burly humanoid figure who had stabbed his hands into the car top. Upper knee strike. Bang! Car fragments flew, a vague scream accompanying the explosion of black smoke, dissipating in a blink of an eye by the counter-impact of a transparent airstream. "Such rubbish dares to touch my people." The burly figure grabbed half of the car and violently flung it towards the direction of the figure in gray. Amidst the whooshing sound, the half-car's surface covered with invisible inner chi, tearing through the air and hitting the figure behind Anin in gray. Boom! The figure in gray shouldn't have been hit by a solid object, but was now actually smashed and sent flying by the half-car. In mid-air, Yu Hong appeared at the figure's side. Thunderbolt. Type 9. His left leg sent an upper knee strike from below, lifting the figure. Then he turned and brought down an axe kick. Yu Hong's right leg burst open with a mass of white gas, the air around his leg circulating at ultra-high speed, emitting a piercing screech like a scream. That was not laughing anymore. It was pure, frantic screaming. "Aw!" In an instant, his right leg crashed down. Boom! The figure in gray reached out to block, but its arms instantly shattered, followed by its body. It was still mid-air, not yet falling, when its body, less than 2 meters above the ground, exploded on the spot. The violent inner chi turned into countless fine, sand-like bullets, thoroughly crushing all of its black smoke. Silence. Everything quieted down. After 3 seconds, the rain fell again, recovering the distorted space. The water weeds on the ground vanished. The bulges wriggling on Yi and her companions' bodies dissipated. Everything seemed like an illusion. Yu Hong, steam rising from his body like white smoke, walked up to Yi. Whoosh! He stretched out his hand, hovering it in front of her. Surrounded by a curtain of rain, in the distance, shapes of black lizards rapidly circled, drawing protective circles. Chapter 187. In the darkness. Under the bright white light inside the stone castle, the warm and clean interior air made Lin Yi and her companions feel like they had fallen into a dream. Xuaningning, Anin, Oli, and Lin Yi, they were all who remained of the team. 3 fewer than when they had set out, nearly halved in number. The 4 stood in the cozy stone castle, listening to the relentless downpour outside, momentarily lapsing into silence. Right, Xiao Jun, she, Xuaningning suddenly exclaimed.
Eva checked.
Yu Hong, having removed his suit, revealed a well-proportioned, rock-solid physique. Killed an elephant worm, found no one else. Silence. Xuaningning's eyes reddened further as she stood by the doorway, back against the stone wall, fists clenched tight. Too cruel. She wanted to say something, but found herself speechless. She had thought she was accustomed to loss and separation. Yet, faced with it again, she was overwhelmed with oppression. Actually, when I got there, most of the elephant worm's legs had been blasted off. Yu Hong added. Your teammate's sacrifice wasn't in vain. He regarded the 4 before him. 2 were in suits, 2 only had breath valves on. They looked exceptionally ragged, with visible damage to their suits and wounds on their bodies. Apart from that, they all emitted a strong, sour smell. Clearly, they hadn't bathed for a long time, a fact made obvious as they were now soaked by rain. Yu Hong's gaze ignored the others, focusing solely on Lin Yi. Yi, don't go out again after coming back this time. The environment outside is no longer suitable for casual excursions. Lin Yi didn't respond, only remaining silent. Mister, you're so strong. Can you teach us? Anin, standing beside her, spoke up. To be able to directly defeat the Black Disaster. I've never seen an enhancer as powerful as you. Hope shone in her eyes, along with an unmistakable pain and fear. So far, I haven't found a way to teach others to be like me. I'm an anomaly. Yu Hong said calmly, his gaze still fixed on Lin Yi. Anyway, now that you're back, take some time to rest up, adjust your condition. It's safe here, unlike other places. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Xuaningning collected her emotions, giving a bow in antique fashion. No matter what, we'll remember the favor you've done by saving our lives. I'm sorry, according to the camp rules, only E is a formal member and can enjoy complimentary food, shelter, and medicine. The rest of you will have to trade for what you need. And you won't be staying here. You'll have to go to the secondary security zone outside the outer courtyard, Yu Hong stated matter-of-factly. Xuaningning's gratitude faltered a bit, but she quickly recovered, saying, As it should be, HM. You can leave now, said Yu Hong tersely. Once again choked up, Xuaningning glanced at the others, and with no other choice, she turned and left first. Anin and Oli followed, casting one last look at Yi before they walked out the wooden door, closing it behind themselves. In an instant, the only people remaining in the grand hall of the stone castle were Yu Hong and Yi. Are you hurt anywhere? Yu Hong asked.
I'm okay.
Lin Yi shook her head. Go take a bath. Get a good night's sleep. With me here, it's very safe. Yu Hong reiterated the safety, softening his voice. Lin Yi removed her breath valve, glanced at him with a somewhat wooden expression, and nodded. She was soon led by Yu Hong to the stone castle's bathing room. Hot water cascaded down, and soon after soft, suppressed sobs could be heard from within. Yu Hong let out a sigh and stepped out of the stone castle to the outer courtyard's fence. Xuaningning and the other 2 were already setting up their shelter. Seeing him approach, Xuaningning took the initiative to come forward. Our vehicle broke down far away. We'll go get our things when the rain eases up. Mr. Yu, can you give us a list of what we can trade? How do we exchange for clean, safe drinking water and food? And medicine. As you've seen, we're all in poor shape and also need some dry, warm blankets, she said, her expression weary, mustering the energy to communicate with Yu Hong. You can map out for me the situations of the Black Disaster you encountered on the way, as well as the routes of the Black Disaster rifts you've charted. I can provide free hot water and ensure safety in the nearby area, considering Yi's connection. I'll allow you to set up camp here. Yu Hong, no longer as impatient as before, said. The hot water was a byproduct of the nuclear reactor's cooling system, a matter that was easy for him to arrange with a word. Thank you very much, Mr. Yu. Xuaningning nodded, expressing her gratitude sincerely. No matter what, even if he had acted to save them for Yi's sake, their lives had been saved. That favor was to be acknowledged. The rules were only fair. Having arranged all this, Yu Hong brought over a long hose, connected it to the hot water, and left it at that. He returned to the cave, brought Yi some nutrients and medicine, and instructed her on how to use them, then went back to rest in the cave. Meanwhile, Xuaningning and the others entered the tent, and Oli couldn't help but squat down and cry. I thought I was a goner. Really? Why do I have to live like this? Why? Her emotions were somewhat collapsing, and she shivered. The recent fall and being chased by the Black Disaster left her feeling terrified even in retrospect. Xiao Jun is dead. So is Xiao Ji and Ashing. Xuaningning said in a low voice. If it weren't for Mr. Yu's intervention, we would all be dead. That's the way the world is now. The three of them stopped talking, and for a while only Oli's suppressed crying could be heard. After crying for a long time, Anan spoke again. Mr. Yu's power is so strong that even the Black Disaster can be blown up. It's simply terrifying. He's obviously gone far beyond the realm of enhanced humans. If we could stay here at the camp, perhaps we would have significant assurance in terms of safety. Do you want to stay? Xuaningning looked at her. No, I mean you and Oli, you don't need to follow Yi and me to investigate anymore. We are doing this to look for our own relatives, you don't have to. Anan's demeanor was calm. You still plan to go? Xuaningning asked in astonishment. I stopped caring about life and death a long time ago. In a world like this, even if one survives, there really isn't much point. Anan continued. I believe my dad wouldn't die so easily, so I will find him. He certainly feels the same. What if you don't find him? Then we'll keep looking, and if we die on the road. Anan answered. So we are different from your team. Xuaningning fell silent. She sensed a hint of self-destruction in Anan's words. Find a way to stay. Join the camp. Mr. Yu's strength is incomprehensible, but in this environment, strength is the guarantee of safety. Anan spoke softly. She recalled the precedent when Yu Hong defeated the two Black Disasters. That exaggerated burst of power, destructive force, no matter how many times she thought about it, was always shocking to her. The night passed without words. Early the next day, as dawn broke, Xuaningning and the others, who had rested for the night, quickly dressed in dried luminous stone capes and braved the rain to return to their vehicle's location. The Black Disaster had been dealt with, the surroundings were relatively safe, they could handle ordinary shadows, and with daylight coming, the chance of encountering big-skin elephant worms greatly decreased, making this the safest time of the day. Even though daylight lasted less than an hour now, Yu Hong didn't help. He just sent a black lizard to follow Yi from afar, monitoring her to ensure she wouldn't encounter danger. Soon, as daylight faded, Xuaningning and the others returned to the outskirts of the camp, expanded their tents, brought back numerous pots and pans, and efficiently set up a makeshift small camp. As the sky darkened again, it wasn't long before Xuaningning stood by the fence with a drawn map and a notebook filled with intel. She didn't know how to contact Yu Hong. They were over 60 meters away from the cave, visibility was extremely low amidst the fog, and it was impossible to see what was happening around the cave. In the future, just knock on the fence. I can hear it. Yu Hong's shadow appeared from within the yard. He was still in that enhanced suit, only washed clean by the rain, its surface reflecting a bright luster in the light. Okay, here's the information you wanted. Schweningning handed over the items she was holding, while the other hand held a large umbrella to keep the notebook from getting wet. Yu Hong took the map and notebook, flipping through them quickly. The map records many places we've explored along the way, as well as resource storage points that haven't been relocated yet. It includes a noodle warehouse, a dry noodle warehouse, and a smoked meat warehouse, all marked on it. Schweningning's voice spoke in front of him. And the intel? Yu Hong asked without looking up. It's in the notebook. Also, on our recent outing, we found something very wrong. Schweningning spoke gravely. What do you mean? Yu Hong looked up at her. It's like this. Once when we had to drive for a long time at night, we came across a situation, Schweningning said, her expression somber and tired. At the edge of a mountainous area, we encountered a group of unique buildings that were completely different from modern society. Perhaps a village or maybe ruins, we couldn't tell. But the place mysteriously disappeared when we passed by a second time. No matter what, we couldn't find it. Are you sure the entire place disappeared? Asked Yu Hong. Although anything could appear within the Black Disaster, whole places experiencing anomalies were fewer. To date, he had only discovered Huafeng City, that eerie city covered in massive black mucus. Yes, we checked over and over. Everyone in the car saw it. It wasn't an illusion, nodded Schweningning. I'll be on the lookout, Yu Hong said solemnly. Anything else? There's some Black Disaster intel. Schweningning briefly mentioned the types and noted that they were all recorded in the notebook. As part of the trade, Yu Hong gave them some anti-inflammatory medicines, then turned and returned to the cave. The heavy rain continued without any sign of stopping. The group within the Black Wind camp finally experienced a sense of safety and peace they hadn't felt in a long time. There weren't even any shadows here at most. They would climb trees to avoid blood tide. Time passed slowly as they healed day by day. Within the camp, rested for the first 2 days well, but later on couldn't sit still any longer. She wanted to do something but realized she couldn't do anything. The breeding box work was too complicated, and she couldn't manage, so she could only stand idly by. Apart from strength and her unique physique, it seemed she had nothing else. Thus, after 5 days, she made the decision to leave again, heading towards Black Tree Village. Chapter 188. Midnight. Still going? Yu Hong couldn't comprehend it. 3 had already died. Yet this stammering still refused to give up and insisted on going. This time, Anen and I are going, Lin said calmly. Behind her stood Anen, clearly part of the plan. Both had already packed their bags and belongings, standing together outside the fence. There was a moment of silence. Did you bring enough food and water? Yu Hong saw the look on her face and knew there was no point in trying to dissuade her further. We just need to replenish water, and that's enough, responded in a low voice. The heaviness of losing teammates because of her made even her words carry the weight. Radiation hand grenades. Yu Hong quickly filled half a bag of radiation hand grenades and shoved them into her hand. I know I can't dissuade you, take care. He saw the determination in stammering Yi's eyes. It seemed she was not merely on a family search mission. There was something else mixed in her gaze. If I encounter any talisman plates, I'll keep them for you, Yi said one last time. She turned around, waved to Schweningning and Oli, swung her large backpack onto her back, and headed out of the safe zone. Schweningning and Oli didn't follow this time, instead watching the two leave, gradually disappearing into the night fog. Watching them leave, Yu Hong didn't pay any attention to Schweningning or Oli. Instead, he squinted his eyes and went back into the cave, turning on the communicator. Sure enough, as soon as he turned it on, Zhang Kaijun's voice came through. Long time no see, Yu Hong. This guy seemed to always be online. I have some intel to exchange, Yu Hong said in a deep voice. Go ahead. Have your men encountered any mysterious buildings appearing and disappearing at night recently? Buildings? Zhang Kaijun's voice rose, and after a pause, he seemed to inquire further. Soon his voice came through again. I had a subordinate team report this before, I thought it was an illusion caused by worsening air toxins. Given the black disaster, anything could happen. It doesn't seem like an illusion. I'm planning to investigate a little, Yu Hong replied. That isn't important. I have new intel on the Misha family from over at Frika. Zhang Kaijun paused and then shifted the subject. Proceed, Yu Hong quickly answered. The United Army over at Frika has tentatively confirmed that there are 16 members of the Misha family. They each used unknown means to travel to various luminous stone mines, thoroughly contaminating and destroying almost all of them. After long-distance bombardment, the military encircled and killed 2 of them while rescuing a luminous stone mine in time. They also got some related intel from families associated with the Misha family. Zhang Kaijun detailed swiftly. Do you know what the family's goal is?
Yu Hong frowned.
Not sure, but some leads have surfaced. After all, as long as they're human, they have physiological needs. Now that the Black Disaster Rift has stabilized, travel has become significantly safer. The situation is relatively stable, making it an opportune time to handle this, Zhang Kaijun replied. Also, the outsourced trading teams are almost there, so keep an eye on the surroundings. Got it, Yu Hong answered, but for some reason, he felt the intel from Xuanning and the others wasn't that simple. Mysterious buildings of an unseen style appearing at night. Standing up as the communication ended, he placed one hand on the wall, reinforcing the cave's defenses once more with the black mark. After arranging everything, he put his doubts at rest and continued qi cultivation in the basement. This stable period exceeded Yu Hong's expectations. The rain continued for another 3 days before stopping. No other high-risk black disasters approached, the strength of the blood tide remained constant, and Black Wind Camp experienced its first period of peace since its construction. Yu Hong quietly practiced Thunderbolt Leg inner chi, occasionally maintaining the breeding boxes and checking on the camp, assigning tasks to the 2 outside to scavenge nearby abandoned urban warehouses. Other than that, there wasn't much else. Xuanning and Oli accepted the tasks, occasionally finding some odd food items and tool materials nearby. Time passed slowly. Everyone gradually adapted to navigating along the Black Disaster Rift. Yu Hong's inner chi successfully cultivated to the 5th layer. Beyond this is the final 6th layer, after which the Thunderbolt Leg technique would be fully perfected. In fact, his speed was already sufficient by now. During this time, Yu Hong had been continually using the black mark to reinforce the entire cave. As the reinforced wood doors material gradually transformed into an unfamiliar gray-brown substance, the walls, doors, and windows reached a hardness that only left a faint mark when Yu Hong slashed down. Thus, he began focusing on the black disaster, increasing the number of black lizards. With the breakthrough in inner chi, the number of black lizards increased again, reaching 13. So, he started using the black lizards to constantly monitor changes in the surroundings. With more lizards, he gained better control over the surrounding environment. Although having 13 black lizards within a 3-kilometer radius wasn't much, places he previously couldn't oversee began to reveal themselves under Yu Hong's thorough search. Finally, when inspecting the wastelands south of the camp, some unusual changes appeared in Yu Hong's view. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. His boots pressed into the ground, as if stepping on a soft carpet. The forest floor was like a water-saturated sponge, sinking slightly with every step, oozing black-brown sewage. The sky was barely light. Yu Hong crossed the small hill where the cave was located and reached the southern edge of the camp, where he had never been. Beyond the hill lay a stretch of rolling hills. The once lush hilly area had become a barren wasteland of dead trees, with muddy black rivers rushing between the hills, carrying freshly washed in black mud, debris, and driftwood. Assessing his position roughly, Yu Hong continued moving forward. The black lizards moved around him constantly. This time he brought 5, distributed within 100 meters around him, scanning for any suspicious targets. He moved forward along the way. Soon, he reached the riverbank amidst the hills, standing on the stony shore, observing the surroundings. This river seemed to have formed temporarily due to the pouring rain. Across the river was another barren hill covered in dried vines and moss. Yu Hong looked up at the sky. Instead of moving, he carefully memorized the environment. Then he stood motionless, seemingly waiting. Time gradually passed. Quickly, the sky dimmed, sparse light shrouded by darkness, and the mist gradually turned black. The world once more slipped into darkness. Even the moonlight is gone? Yu Hong looked up. The sky above resembled a basin of murky black water, with only thickening mist in sight. Nothing else was visible. Another 10 minutes passed. Yu Hong extended his hand into the darkness, unable to see his palm even up close. No light at all. He found himself enveloped in blackness. Eyes open or closed made no difference. This level of darkness is beyond what night can encompass. He felt a chill in his heart. Fumbling through, he retrieved a metal rod from his waist pocket. A hollow black metal tube with perforated holes covering its surface. A faint green glow emerged from the mesh within. This was an enhanced atomic lamp, its brightness much improved, nearly comparable to a dim flashlight. Yu Hong grasped the enhanced atomic lamp, stepped forward, and raised the lamp towards the flowing river. Suddenly, a bridge appeared directly ahead. The previously empty, murky river now held a decayed black wooden bridge. The bridge was just over a meter wide, without railings, only decayed wooden piles nailed into the riverbed for support. Under the green glow, the holes in the bridge gave view to the black river slowly flowing beneath. Yu Hong gazed at the wooden bridge but didn't advance. He simply held the atomic lamp, reaching out to touch the nearest wooden pile anchor. Cold, somewhat hard wood texture met his touch. Withdrawing his hand, Yu Hong moved the atomic lamp to the side. The view ahead plunged back into darkness. Then he reached forward again. This time his fingers found nothing. Same place, same action, just like before. Yet this time he touched nothing, not a trace of the wooden pile. Such changes! Beneath Yu Hong's helmet, his eyes turned subtly cold. Asterisk. It's as if something is silently descending with the deepening night. He felt an ominous foreboding. It was like the instinctive discomfort people felt when encountering extremely dangerous or repulsive things. Withdrawing his hand, he raised the atomic lamp again, lighting the way ahead. This time, the decayed bridge reappeared. But there was a difference. Just a moment ago, the wooden bridge was empty. Now, directly in front of Yu Hong, less than a meter away, stood a figure. The figure was far too close to him. 1 meter. There was only a meter between them. That distance, just a stretch away, was enough to make contact. His heart pounded. He never saw when the figure appeared. Instinctively, he stepped back. But he quickly steadied himself, his inner chi ready but restrained, fixing a cold gaze on the figure. Asterisk, black disaster? Or blood tide? Asterisk, he swiftly analyzed, but regardless of the answer, he needed to stay calm. He had to quickly determine the attack mechanism of this entity. For a moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. On the bridge, under the green glow of the atomic lamp, Yu Hong saw that the figure wore tattered black long clothes, long hair hanging low, gender indistinguishable, only standing silently in front of him with a bowed head. He slowly reached behind him, pulling out a vortex talisman plate, and gently folded it. Poof! A layer of negative radiation spread out from him, scattering abruptly in all directions. The radiation level was only 600 or 700, but it was perfect for testing the figure. But at that moment, the atomic lamp suddenly began to flicker. It was unthinkable for an atomic lamp designed to resist radiation to be flickering now. The green light erupted intermittently, now bright, now dim. Yu Hong felt alarmed, instinctively stepping back. When the light shone for the third time, he was shocked to find that he wasn't retreating as he thought, but advancing. Moreover, one of his feet was already on the wooden bridge. Only centimeters separated him from the figure. The scent of decaying flesh and a thick seaweed-like stench emanated from the entity. Chapter 189, Night. Crack. Yu Hong could hear the sound of his bones trembling like steel cables under the pressure of his taut muscles. The figure before him resembled other shadows in many ways. However, A substantial difference emanated continuously from the figure's body. It was an intangible pricking sensation. It was also like facing a pile of scorching, dangerous flames. He held his breath lightly and quickly pulled out a radiation hand grenade, giving it a squeeze.
Bang!
The radiation with a negative value exceeding 7,000 exploded in his hand. The intense radiation's invisible light instantly enveloped an area of several meters around him. Instantly, the figure opposite fluctuated slightly as if ripples on water disturbed, creating layers of fine ripples. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Hong fiercely retreated, his boots leaving a series of small pits in the ground. This time, under the atomic lamp's light, the black figure finally sped away and disappeared. Thump! Yu Hong hit something behind him, seemingly a tree trunk. Blocked by it, he stopped and caught his breath lightly. With the atomic lamp in hand, darkness enveloped him, so intense he could not see his own hand in front of him. Yu Hong did not know his exact location, but he guessed with high probability that he was still on the southern side of the camp. With that retreat, he had moved back at least several dozen meters. Whoosh! He exhaled, and the black lizards quickly surrounded him, but even their vision could not penetrate the darkness. Such darkness seemed to have gone beyond the category of simple night. Yu Hong stood alone in the darkness, as if immersed in ink, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. Apart from the atomic lamp steadily illuminating less than a meter around him, no other light source could be seen. That wooden bridge is absolutely problematic. Can't haphazardly test it again. First, try some more with the black lizards. Safety comes first. Thinking this, Yu Hong directed the black lizards to spread out and search for the camp's location. The black lizards circled out from him as the center, forming rings. Soon, the direction of the camp was determined. But, no! How did the location of the camp end up behind me? He remembered clearly exploring along the southern edge of the camp. Yet, and through the black lizards, he noticed that the camp was already over a kilometer away. Is this something interfering with my perception of direction and distance? He was unsure if it was the work of the figure on the bridge, but that individual seemed different from those he had encountered before. The figure had not pursued him. Holding the atomic lamp, he quickly left in the direction pointed out by the black lizards. Along the way, as if wrapped in darkness, all around him was dense, impenetrable blackness. No stars, no moon. It was as if the whole world contained only this small lamp in his hand. Spurt. Suddenly, Yu Hong's steps faltered. A black lizard was missing. He did not know how it disappeared, but without waiting for him to react, a second black lizard suddenly broke off contact. Then a third. He couldn't even see where the enemy was. Yu Hong immediately accelerated, activating the Thunderbolt leg technique, and dashed towards the camp. Before long, faintly, a gray mass appeared in the darkness. It was as if a bed had been curtained with a mosquito net, or a bedroom separated by thick curtains. Behind the gray, a blurry white light flickered. That was the camp. Spurt. Yu Hong made a small jump, lightly crossing the fence to enter the outer enclosure of the camp. He landed, crouched, then stood up. Looking back, outside was still engulfed in darkness, and all of the black lizards he had taken out had lost contact. There's a problem. This night is not just like before. Yu Hong's face looked extremely grim beneath his helmet. His black lizards had been silently wiped out, and he couldn't even see the opponent. Could this be what the broadcast warned about? The Black Disaster?
Yu Hong spéculated.
The Black Disaster was extremely dangerous, and the gray time was the relatively safe period of the day. Other times were chaotic. They could be dangerous or safe, it was uncertain. I must clarify this situation. Otherwise, I won't even know what I am facing, nor will I know which direction to strengthen the black mark. Yu Hong again crouched down to see that the array on the ground outside had been activated without him knowing when. Intangible streams of radiation carried tiny black sparks continuously emerging from the ground, reaching a height of several centimeters before quickly disappearing. It was as if the array was constantly resisting something invisible coming in from the outside. Right, where are Schweningning and Oli? he suddenly thought and turned his head towards where their tents were. The distance was a bit far, and the heavy mist hid them from view. He walked a few more steps in that direction. Soon, he reached where the two women's tents were located. Peering out through the fence, he discovered that their tents were tattered and torn. The two women, however, were still alive, crouching by the fence, their faces pale as if hiding from something. It seemed they were relying on the slightly overflown range of the array near the fence to resist some unknown entity from outside. Close by, as the two women saw Yu Hong approaching, they were first taken aback and then quickly gestured anxiously with their hands waving downward, making a motion as if pressing down with their palms continuously. Their mouths opened and closed rapidly as if afraid to make any sound. "What's the matter?" Yu Hong frowned. "Does it mean I should crouch down?" He was puzzled. Suddenly, to the right outside the camp, in the darkness, a gray, fridge-sized human hand suddenly tore through the mist, reaching straight for Yu Hong. The man's hands were decaying. His fingertips were full of embedded black mud. No sooner had he appeared than he moved with extreme speed, reaching Yu Hong in the blink of an eye. Puff! The ground array erupted with a loud bang, shooting up a massive invisible current, which condensed into energy crows and forcefully collided with the gray hands. The energy crows, spewing black sparks all over their bodies, dissipated and exploded the moment they hit the gray hands. They also directly reduced the speed of the gray hands by a great deal. Soon, the black wind and black fire damage erupted simultaneously, and the gray hands, like a paper model set aflame, quickly turned to charring, disintegrating, and vanished into a multitude of black ash. Yu Hong had by now moved from his original spot, drawing a bit closer to the camp's inner yard. Although the gray hands couldn't catch him, no one knew how much red value that thing could have before the array neutralized it. "It doesn't seem too strong, you guys." Yu Hong let out a sigh of relief and continued to speak. Boom! Just then, from outside, in the mist, a dense mass of gray hands burst through, advancing deep into the camp. At a glance, there were at least 100 hands, like 100 gray pillars, rushing toward Yu Hong, who was standing. From afar, it looked like a white wall bearing down. The camp's defensive formations were operating intensely, desperately shooting up streams of negative energy crows. But it was too late. The array's power was already at its limit, and there was only so much negative energy it could output per unit of time. The damage, spread thin, could not control so many hands. Arrays rely on absorbing red value radiation in advance, storing it as negative value for later use. But at this moment, with hundreds of gray hands, each one carrying at least 10,000 red values, a single hand could easily be slowed down and destroyed by an array. But with numbers this high, puff, 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 after more than a dozen hands were annihilated into black ash, the array failed. Apart from the continuously converted and absorbed negative radiation, which was still forming and slowing down the hands, the other wind and fire offensive capabilities had completely vanished in an instant. Damn! Yu Hong's heart raced with fear, recalling Xuanning and their actions and warnings. He suddenly rolled to the left, kneeling on the ground, not daring to stand up. And just as he crouched and rolled, kneeling motionless, something eerie happened. The large swath of huge gray hands that had just filled the sky now vanished in an instant. They all disappeared, as if they had never existed, merely phantoms. Huff, huff. Yu Hong breathed heavily, looking at his detector's screen. 1,882,371.441. Is everyone still alive? He suddenly shouted loudly. No one responded. Kneeling on the ground, he looked around. Inside the camp, the lights were still bright. However, the originally safe white lights now gave him an inexplicable sense of pallor. A black disaster that decides whether or not to attack based on height? Yu Hong had a vague guess about the attack threshold of those hands just now. He waited a moment, then swiftly moved towards the outer yard's fence. Soon, Xuanning and Oli appeared at the fence. Seeing that he was unharmed, they both looked relieved. Seeing that they were okay, Yu Hong felt reassured. Suddenly, he raised his hand up, moving it bit by bit. With every few centimeters his palm rose. He paused to wait for an external reaction. Before long, as his arm reached about 1.3 or 4 meters, a gray hand suddenly broke through the mist from outside, reaching for him in an instant. Boom! The hand's speed, reduced by the somewhat recovered array, plummeted, only equivalent to an ordinary person sprinting. Yu Hong was prepared. He raised his hand, launching a radiation hand grenade. Bang! The invisible negative value radiation exploded, corroding the gray hand and speeding up its charring. Assisted by the array, it quickly turned to black smoke and scattered into nothingness. Attack threshold is over 1.4 meters, including about 1.4 meters. Yu Hong noted in his mind and withdrew his hand. He thought back to the scale of those hands, such a level of ambush. If one was unprepared, it would likely be a devastating blow to many strongholds. It was only because he had the array's slowing effect here. Otherwise, the speed of those hands would have been comparable to 70 to 80 miles per hour in a car, impossible for ordinary people to react to. I checked around before, and there were no such gray hands. Why did they suddenly appear? Yu Hong puzzled in his mind. Thinking it over, he moved closer to Xuanning and Oli, planning to ask for more details. As daylight neared its end, new entities were gradually emerging from the darkness, descending. He had to grasp more intelligence to ensure his and the camp's safety. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gray City, isolation zone. The continuous coughing sounded non-stop. Darkness enveloped the entire isolation zone, setting it subtly apart from the central Gray City area. Ding Xiao was as usual, carrying a basin of water, hiding in her tent, using the dim light of a candle to dampen her washing cloth in the water before wringing it out to gently wipe the corners of her eyes. Gray City also had groundwater, and there was plenty of it. With the frequent heavy rains, accessing water wasn't hard. The difficulty lay in filtering and boiling it. Fortunately, she still had the filter from before. The water wasn't drinkable but suited for washing up. Bowing her head, she let go of the face cloth and simply scooped the water with her hands, repeatedly splashing it onto her face, occasionally massaging her skin with her palms to wash off the disguising muck. The swashing sounds weren't unusual in the isolation zone. Many were engaged in their evening ablutions. After a few washes, Ding Xiao lifted her head, eyes closed, about to pat her face dry with the cloth. Suddenly, she shivered. A feeling of unease, with goosebumps crawling over her skin, rapidly spread throughout her body. "Who's there?" she sharply called out, freezing in place. Life on constant high alert had attuned her to instantly discern. Someone was behind her. Chapter 190, Dark Night. Ignoring the dampness, Ding Xiao forced her eyes open, enduring the discomfort of her eyelashes sticking to her eyeballs, and quickly turned around to look behind. There was nothing. She surveyed the other parts of the tent. Still, no one was there, and the luminous stone talisman arrays hanging around her showed no signs of depletion. Everything was the same as before. After being on guard for a while, Ding Xiao determined there were no problems, no dangers, and thought it might have been a false perception. She breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a towel, and quickly wiped the water off her face. But just as the towel covered her eyes, that eerie feeling appeared once again. Whoosh! She quickly dropped the towel and tensely looked around her. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing. It seemed like that sensation would only appear when her eyes were closed. Ding Xiao's breathing became rapid. She quickly backed up, grabbed her backpack, which was always ready, and was about to run to the tent entrance. Just as she rushed to the entrance, she blinked unconsciously. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The figure at the tent entrance disappeared, and all was calm once more. Outside the tent, in the isolation zone, the other various-sized tents were also deathly silent. Just a few minutes ago, the lively sounds of activity were vibrant. Now, they had all been paused and vanished entirely. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, inside a cave at Black Wind Camp. Last night, Over 100 people disappeared in the isolation zone. Of the 20 city defense teams patrolling outside the city, 13 went missing. Zhang Kaijun's voice, heavy and filled with unspeakable weariness, came through the communicator. What caused it? Yu Hong immediately understood that it wasn't just him who had encountered an attack. Based on the traces and information from the survivors, this black disaster is named the Close Eye People. Its danger level is between 5 and the highest 9, and we can't rule out the possibility of it being war level, Zhang Kaijun said quickly. The specific attack rule is that it appears next to the victim as soon as they close their eyes. Specifically, closing your eyes for the third time means certain death. Yu Hong was left speechless. How can one sleep without closing their eyes? The pyroxene secret room cannot block it. This is a sign of a high-risk black disaster. We just can't confirm how many people it needs to kill before it temporarily recedes, continued Zhang Kaijun. The key point is, this black disaster popped up out of nowhere last night, without any signs beforehand. Same here, Yu Hong quickly described the gray hands he encountered. Compared to what the other was facing, his situation was still a lot lighter. Gray City had gathered thousands of official members, and the isolation zone also had thousands of people. Now, with several hundred dead in an instant, although most were from the isolation zone, it was like losing a limb. He thought about Li Russian and the other two, and about Nana's chubby little face. He wanted to ask about their situation, but the person on the other end seemed to have anticipated this and spoke first. The few people who came from your side, only one, Ding Xiao, is missing. The others are relatively safe, Zhang Kaijun reported. Can we just call those gray hands the black disaster? I'll test the exact scope of the attack further. Thanks for that. This high level of attack had a clear first encounter lethality. Those unaware of it could potentially lead to widespread casualties upon first encounter. Compared to the Close Eye People, Zhang Kaijun was more afraid of this type of black disaster. Stay in touch. My team of experts told me that dramatic changes might occur next. I have confirmed the situation you asked me to test before. Indeed, during the black hour, the night outside occasionally brings unique phenomena not originally from the area. The danger intensity has increased dramatically, and this is still before the night has fully come. I suspect that when there is no daylight at all, the troubles outside may escalate even more, said Yu Hong. There's a high probability of that happening. Too bad for my trading team, Zhang Kaijun lamented softly. In such situations, the trading teams searching for the black disaster rift halfway were definitely out of luck. The two quickly discussed how to determine if one was infected. Gray City had developed a multitude of special weapons pressed from luminous stone powder, such as luminous stone bullets, bombs, composite strong acid liquid sprays, high-density luminous stone nets, and more, coupled with new substances like extracts. Their blood attraction force had always kept casualties low, and this time could be said to be the greatest loss Gray City had suffered since its creation. After quickly finishing their discussion, they disconnected the communication, and Yu Hong looked at the heavy rain falling outside again. He remembered the gray giant hands. When the night falls completely, does that mean high-risk black disasters will appear in clusters? Those hands, each capable of causing detectors to spike to tens of thousands of red value, were apparently part of a swarm. Bang, 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 bang. Sudden rapid thumps came from outside. Yu Hong quickly went out the door, walked through the tunnel, crossed the inner courtyard, and looked towards the outside of the fence in the outer yard. Xuaningning and Oli were desperately hitting the fence with sticks. Both of them looked back from time to time. Yu Hong followed their gaze towards the forest. Even though it was daytime, it was still white as day. But in the forest, countless indistinguishable shadows stood densely packed. They were scattered throughout the woodland, one after another, each standing silently, their bodies impeccably clean, without a single speck of dirt. Yu Hong glanced over. Through the mist, he could see hundreds of people densely packed within his field of vision. All of their faces were blurred, standing outside the array, only about 5 or 6 meters away from the fence. Everyone quietly faced the campsite in absolute silence. Mr. Yu. Oli couldn't help but raise her hand. Can we? Let us in first? Just to the outer courtyard is fine. Her face was filled with terror. Her face smeared with tears, snot, and saliva, clearly having been scared out of her wits before Yu Hong had arrived. Whoosh! The moment she spoke, all the shadows outside the campsite turned their gaze towards Oli. They did not move forward, nor did they retreat. Just like zoo visitors watching animals, they stood quietly outside the array, their gaze following the movements of the people inside. Yu Hong inhaled a breath of cold air as he saw that among the crowd was the speed lady in a yellow coat and white dress he had killed earlier. He knew that if he left those two outside the courtyard now, they would certainly face certain death. So he hurriedly beckoned them. Get to the outer courtyard first. Only then did the two of them quickly climb over the fence and sit on the ground, gasping for air. They had previously witnessed the strange effects of the array, where transparent crows would appear along its edges, blocking the entry of the black disaster. Though they didn't know what technique or method Yu Hong was using, as long as they could survive, anything was acceptable. Without paying attention to the two of them, Yu Hong kept a close watch on the crowd outside. In the mist, at a glance, it was full of people. Despite so many people being there, not a single one made a sound, which was completely different from the previous shadows. And the moment he had made a noise, he immediately attracted the gaze of a large portion of the crowd. The detector inside his suit was going crazy with its readings, already reaching more than 500,000. Yu Hong closed the door and used the imprints in his mind to sense the status of the outer array. Thankfully, it was already replenished. He quickly returned to the safety of the cave dwelling, where the densely packed runes on the inner walls gave him an added sense of security. I must think of a way. If this is the black time, the danger is too high. If even I feel this dangerous, isn't everyone else doomed to die? Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, there was the sound of wood knocking from outside. All the black lizards had died, so Yu Hong could not see the situation outside. He could only go to the observation window in the passageway to look out. Outside, the densely packed crowd was now all pounding the outer courtyard's fence with sticks. They seemed to be mimicking the actions of Xuaningning and the others just now. The fence was shaking, and both Xuaningning and Oli kept retreating, their faces pale. Damn! Yu Hong could no longer hold back. He took out all the remaining radiation hand grenades, placed them beside him, then clutched two, fixating his gaze on the eerie crowd outside. He didn't know what kind of creatures they were, but a look at the detector told him that they were certainly much stronger than the shadow entities. He tightly gripped a radiation hand grenade, eyes locked on the shaking fence outside. Fortunately, as time slowly passed, the fence did not fall, and the crowd outside gradually thinned out, until the black time slowly subsided. Outside the fence, there was no one left, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Yu Hong sighed in relief. Looking at Xuaningning, who were equally exhausted, he said nothing and turned to go back. He needed to quickly cultivate black lizards to replenish their numbers, and at the same time, the array needed to be strengthened. Moreover, the changes like this in the black disaster gave him a feeling that it was constantly growing stronger. Why were these changes occurring? When would such a deteriorating environment come to an end? Could everything ever return to how it once was? Questions rose in Yu Hong's mind. Inside the cave, he practiced new traction runes with a charcoal pencil while deciding to increase the radiation storage capacity of the array. And he also planned to reinforce a second array as a double layer of protection for the campsite. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking sound echoed once again. Yu Hong heard the sound of wood knocking once more. He stood up and walked out of the cave, only to find that it was Xuaningning and the others in the outer courtyard. We need to talk. Xuaningning's expression was extremely serious. Yu Hong scanned the surroundings to ensure that there were no other issues and then approached them. What do you want to talk about? We can't keep going on like this. Why have things outside gotten worse again? Just passively enduring everything. There will come a day when we can't hold on any longer. Every stronghold and city has a limit to its defenses. Xuaningning said gravely. What do you want to do? Yu Hong thought that, as before, the other party wanted to enter further into the campsite to seek refuge. But he hadn't expected, if things continue this way, everyone will die. You, me, everyone else in the city. Xuaningning pointed at herself, with remnants of fear still visible in her pupils. What do you think? Yu Hong said. We must investigate, otherwise there is only one outcome. To be honest, I am very scared, but fear solves nothing. Xuaningning gritted her teeth. So, I hope you can provide us with technical support. I want to take advantage of gray time to find out why these things are happening. If you can really do what you say, and it's not a ploy to steal supplies, I can support you. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, comparing her with the others before. Xuaningning, an officer with formal military training, seemed to have much greater willpower. In this situation, going out is a matter of life and death. Supplies are only useful when people are alive. Xuaningning stated decisively. I don't want to die in such a cowardly way in the gutter. If it comes to it, I'll die fighting those monsters. Chapter 191. Deterioration. Xuaningning forcibly dragged Oli away. They took the enhanced detector sponsored by Yu Hong to determine whether the departure time was still during the gray hour. This exploration aimed to clarify why there had been such significant environmental changes around them, and to ascertain whether the Black Disaster Rift could still guarantee safety. As dawn broke the next day, the two women took the detector Yu Hong had loaned them and went out. They draped themselves with a luminous stone blanket enhanced with a vortex rune, their faces expressionless as they left the camp. Xuaningning was determined, while Oli looked clearly terrified and somewhat bewildered. She had been dragged out by Xuaningning. Yu Hong, meanwhile, remained at the campsite, regenerating new black lizards since their sudden demise had greatly inconvenienced his exploration of the surroundings. So when Xuaningning and Oli went out to investigate during the gray hour each day, he stayed in the cave, replenishing the black lizards and strengthening the new talisman arrays. Inside the cave, under the bright white light, the warmth brought by the cooling tubes maintained a constant room temperature of around 10 degrees in the entire cave stronghold. Carved on the thick cave door was a dense array of various rune combinations. Each type of rune had an effective range, and by exploiting this, multiple runes were stacked together to form a quite complex blending rune. This rune had the dual properties of concealing, like the pyroxene secret rune, and storing negative radiation, continuously releasing weak negative radiation. It was a structure akin to a slow-release device that he created by combining deceleration and traction runes. This achievement relied not on the black mark but merely on his own testing results. He had now updated the entire cave with such achievements. The most original version of the array, which releases negative radiation that repels the Black Disaster, is still necessary. Maintaining this repulsion without preventing the talisman array from accumulating radiation requires careful management, he thought. Yu Hong sat on a wooden chair, leaning back, feeling the current defense system. The cave's inner walls, including the door, constituted a core layer of defense. Beyond that was the more external inner and outer courtyard arrays, which were modifications of the Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit array strengthened by the Black Mark. What were originally further outer layers of defense, the Black Lizards, were now in the process of recovery. 3 layers of defense, but the Black Lizards are still too weak. Yu Hong sighed, looking around the cave. The double-layered cave bunker remained in a rather safe state. Multiple layers of arrays protected it, making it virtually undetectable to the Black Disaster outside. The repeatedly reinforced cave walls had a physical strength beyond his imagination. They had been tested against bullets which barely made a dent. The hardness had been increased by several times. But when he thought of those clusters of people and shadows, such protection might still be inadequate. After resting for a while, he got up without exiting the cave to first check the mine soil being cultivated by the Black Mark. This was his 4th attempt using the Black Mark. The goal was to quickly cultivate luminous stone ore. Now that the mines had vanished and the radiation hand grenades could not be replenished, the supply of large pyroxene graphite powder was critical to many defensive systems at the camp. If the luminous stone couldn't be replenished long-term, and since the trading group was blocked by the Black Disaster and couldn't come, he could only rely on his attempts to produce luminous stone. Inside the basement, the countdown on the native soil still showed it as gray-black without any changes, although it had dried out a bit. Yu Hong glanced at the remaining time, 12 minutes. Soon. He then picked up the stones resulting from the previous 3 enhancements lying beside him. 3 nail-sized stones, all gray-white similar to luminous stones. Their surfaces were marked with numbers using a charcoal pencil, 123. Yu Hong took the detector, coming close to check them again. Number 1, 11.241. Number 2, 9.245. Number 3, 5.117. The 3 enhanced white stones emitted red value radiation, though gradually changing towards negative values. They were still far from being luminous stones. Yu Hong waited a while until the countdown for the 4th attempt ended. Hiss! The original soil blurred for an instant, suddenly transforming into a new nail-sized white stone. He quickly picked it up and attached the detector for testing. 0.214. Seeing this value, a hint of relaxation finally appeared on Yu Hong's face. It seems I'm on the right track. Adding the vortex rune indeed had an effect. During his enhancements, while he clearly aimed for the properties of luminous stone, the stones produced were not luminous stones. In theory, luminous stone mines automatically emit negative radiation, but the white stones I synthesized seem to still be lacking something. The vortex rune can absorb red values, but does not emit negative radiation. Yu Hong pondered, pulling out the previously recorded testing data. He wasn't sure if the white stones he developed were usable, but comparing data from before and after, he noticed the radiation from all 3 white stones decreased in red value. The decrease in red values suggested they were moving towards a negative value. In an environment where radiation levels had around 30 to 40 units of red value, the cave, although weak with red value, had recently also reached nearly 10 units. That the 3 white stones changed suggested there was hope. Wait, could it be? The difference lies in time? Suddenly, he had a thought. His own white stones did have some suppressive effect on surrounding red values but were very weak compared to original luminous stones. Holding the 3 white stones, Yu Hong rapidly thought it through in his mind. Luminous stone mines have always been soaked in red value radiation. How come they still exist instead of dissolving automatically like ice cubes in hot water? Clearly, luminous stone mines probably also have some special replenishment channel. Luminous stones must inherently have the capacity to store negative radiation. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why there is such a big difference between ordinary luminous stones and luminous stone marrow. Thinking of this, Yu Hong seemed to confirm that his enhancement direction was correct. It seems that the problem isn't with the enhancement of the black mark. The effect on the white stones I enhanced is so weak because they lack a long-term soaking and charging process. The old mine definitely had a constant channel for charging negative radiation, filling the luminous stone mines over time. Thinking of this, he quickly fetched his tools and drew vortex runes activated by inner chi on 3 white stones using large pyroxene graphite powder. Then he waited for the results. After completing this, the black mark was free. The resurrection of the shadow lizards didn't occupy the black mark. Yu Hong went down to the 1st floor, picked up a talisman array he had tried to assemble from the wooden table. The wooden board messily bore the characters for 2, representing the 2nd array. With the newly acquired traction rune as the main body, and the vortex rune as the core, supplemented to the outside wind and fire slaughter spirit array as the 2nd auxiliary array, to enhance the total radiation storage of the main array. This idea doesn't seem problematic. He recalled the scene when he had encountered a large number of gray figures before. The destructive power of the array was sufficient. It was just that the total amount of radiation was too little and was quickly depleted by the numerical advantage of the Black Disaster. Taking the wooden board of the 2nd array, Yu Hong walked out of the cave, exited the passage, and stood in the empty inner courtyard. Under the white lights, it was still pitch dark outside the outer courtyard fence. It was now gray hour, and Xuanning and Oli were still investigating the surroundings. The camp was deserted. Crouching down, Yu Hong placed the board on the ground with one hand. Enhance the black wind protection array. Direction. Yu Hong envisioned the coverage, range, intensity of the second auxiliary array in his mind, linking and stacking it at the edge of the main array. Soon, his own design received the basic approval from the Black Mark, deeming it capable of fundamentally supplementing the total radiation storage. Thus, it gave permission for further enhancement. Enhance the black wind protection array? Yes. A countdown appeared, with the time. 1 day, 7 hours, 53 minutes. Yu Hong stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Now, all that was left was to wait, see the results after the enhancement ended, and if possible, he planned to enhance several more auxiliary arrays linked to the main array as backup energy packs. After completing these, he continued towards the inner courtyard and started expanding the size of the breeding room cave right next to the mountain cave, which is simply known as mining. Because the stone castle had been built, this temporarily used mountain cave breeding room had been she-lighted. This time, he planned to further expand the camp chambers to make at least a temporary shelter within the array that could provide protection from wind and rain. Such a dwelling could house visitors and preliminary members among the formal members. The outer courtyard was still too dangerous. Whenever the array and Black Disaster clashed, it would impact potential members like Schweningning. Shortly after he started digging, subtle footsteps came from the outer courtyard amid torrential rain. As two figures draped in thick luminous stone cloaks entered through the fence gate, drenched in rain. They quickly entered a wooden shed in the outer courtyard, shook off the rainwater from their bodies, placed down some items they had found, and then approached where Yu Hong was. Soon, the two entered the brightest area illuminated by the lights, revealing two young faces wearing breathing valves. It was Schweningning and Oli. Mr. Yu, we have completed the verification this time. Schweningning approached and quickly said, "The Black Disaster Rift remains unchanged. The changes manifested during the Black Hour and the new Black Disasters don't impact the distribution of the existing Black Disasters at other times. It's like they exist in two different realms, two different spaces, without interfering with each other. Yes, when we went out during the Gray Hour at the same places and areas, we encountered the same as before. But during the Black Hour, these locations are replaced with a whole different set of Black Disasters. The danger level is far beyond previous encounters," Oli said gravely. "So, does the Black Hour turn originally safe places into extremely dangerous areas? Then during other times, would originally dangerous areas possibly become safer during the Black Hour?" Yu Hong put down the chisel and hammer he was holding and asked solemnly, "That's unclear. Plus, regarding the wooden bridge in the back of the camp that appears only when illuminated, we've also discovered it, but we did not experience any inaccuracies in distance or direction," Schweningning continued. "How did you do it?" Yu Hong asked curiously. "By shining a flashlight from a distance, we could faintly see the bridge's existence, probably because the distance was too great, and no Black Disasters attacked," Schweningning answered. "Knowing the exact locations of the Black Disasters significantly secured their safety. We've confirmed that there's no issue with the Black Disaster Rift, and next, we plan to investigate the cause of the change in the Black Disaster's intensity," Schweningning continued. "What is your plan?" Yu Hong asked. "Based on earlier intelligence, the initial outbreak site of the Black Disaster must still bear traces of why it erupted. Plus, the Misha family definitely holds crucial secrets. We plan to first investigate the origin site and then track down the Misha family." Schweningning's words, to Yu Hong, sounded like a far-fetched fairy tale. Given the dangerous outside world, just the two of them benefiting from enhancement, not fully enhanced individuals, their strength barely stronger than ordinary people's, they actually intended to travel that far, chasing after the investigation source. He fell silent, for he felt that the two of them were bound to die. After a moment of inner contemplation, "Just going like this," Yu Hong said, "you will die. There must be someone to do this. If I can investigate useful intelligence before I die, it can also reduce the burden for those who come after," Schweningning said calmly, with steady eyes. "That way, at least I won't die meaninglessly. But I don't want to." Oli couldn't help but contort her face, but didn't dare to speak too loudly, thus was ignored by Schweningning. Yu Hong thought for a moment. Wait a moment. He quickly turned around and entered the cave. He turned on the communicator. Zhang Kaijun, are you there? Of course, to make contact with more intelligence from various places. I'm always here. Zhang Kaijun's voice came from the other side. Chapter 192. Deterioration. The intensity of the Black Disaster is rising once again. You mentioned earlier that we couldn't sit idle, right? Yu Hong quickly said. Of course. I've already assembled a specialized blood attraction force to investigate the ruins at various source points. The third team has already set out. Zhang Kaijun replied coldly. I have 2 people here. Combined with your team, could we break through the Black Disaster rift? We'll advance together and meet at the midpoint, Yu Hong suggested. Sure. Once we open it up, if we have your technical support, our success rate will be even higher, Zhang Kaijun stated calmly. The current intensity of the Black Disaster has left only 2 surviving outposts around us. I'm starting to have no choice but to recruit people from the isolation zone for reinforcement. If the Black Disaster escalates further, Gray City certainly won't be able to hold. It's surprising that you're still fine up till now. All right, let's determine the meeting point now. Yu Hong quickly unfolded the map, starting to discuss while deliberately skipping his own safety. This time, he planned to buy extraction liquid, sunlight materials, and other supplies from Gray City. Once fortified with black marks, they might become more effective consumables, enhancing adaptability in the Black Disaster. For instance, if he let the Black Lizard carry the extraction liquid and leave, it should attract a significant amount of the Black Disaster away from its original location. Compared to sacrificing the blood attraction force, the Black Lizard could constantly regenerate. Of course, the most crucial point was that the increasing intensity of the Black Disaster had begun to feel dangerous to him. If this trend continued, perhaps only he would be able to rely on the Black Mark to survive in the future world. And such a world was not what he wanted. He wouldn't sacrifice his core interests for others, but he could support the investigation team through transactions. Soon, they pinpointed the meeting spot on the map. After closing the communication, Yu Hong left the cave and informed Xuaningning of the mission. Gray City's biotechnology can divert Black Disaster attacks, with a higher survival rate. They're also organizing investigation teams to explore the reason for the Black Disaster's increasing intensity. So, you can fully cooperate with them to avoid redundant investigations and waste of manpower, Yu Hong advised. Okay. Xuaningning was not a stubborn person and agreed immediately, taking the map to verify the location. That night, after enduring the black hour, the 2 women set out the next morning, carrying the detectors and food supplies borrowed from Yu Hong, and headed toward the direction of the map's meeting point. As for himself, he donned the suit again. Taking advantage of the Black Mark's ongoing fortification and armed with the Wolffang Club, he left the camp. With so much time passed, the surrounding revived Black Disaster needed to be cleared out again. And what was the deal with the Speedman blending in with so many shadows before? Could it be that high-risk Black Disasters had started to collude with ordinary shadows? These needed investigating. In the gray-black mist, the trees of the mountains became faintly visible, and visibility was about 5 or 6 meters. Yu Hong, dressed in the heavy white bear suit, took a step forward, leaping more than 10 meters as if flying low over the ground. He was circling the camp, expanding his travel radius. Before long, the fog in front of him cleared, revealing a man in a white suit. The man tilted his head, glanced at the approaching Yu Hong, and grinned with an eerie smile, about to speak. Poof! With a light sound, the man's entire upper body suddenly vanished. The remaining body turned into black smoke and disintegrated. Yu Hong increased his speed, and shadowy figures of wandering shades began appearing in the mountain forest mist ahead. Poof, 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 poof. His figure flickered, suddenly flashing past these shadows. The Wolffang Club, imbued with inner chi, lightly touched them, smashing their bodies. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Yu Hong paused, looking at a woman in a yellow dress beneath a large tree ahead. Level 8 Speedman, that's her. He took a deep breath. This was his first time encountering a speedman alone outside. Before, relying on an array, the opponent was nowhere near his level. But now, without the array as the main force, swish! The ground suddenly burst open with a small pit as Yu Hong charged forward. With inner chi exploding, it instantly saturated his legs and the Wolf Fang club. Boom! The tree trunk shattered as the speedman's laughter mixed with a ghastly snicker sounded at the same time. Half a minute later, sweating all over, Yu Hong remained calm, dragging his body with only 3 strands of inner chi left, quickly returning to the camp. Of the radiation hand grenades on him, only 3 remained, and the black disaster surrounding the camp had been completely cleared. After completing these, Yu Hong once again went to the south side of the camp, to the place where he found the wooden bridge before. Standing at the edge of the stream, he picked up the atomic lamp to shine it forward but found nothing. The stream remained a stream, with no wooden bridge or prior figures in sight. Exhaling softly, Yu Hong felt a sense of relief. It's better this way. Without the array fully handling the black hour, it's best not to add new troubles. He thought. The figure on the wooden bridge gave him a particularly dangerous feeling. But the other side seemed to be blocked by something, unable to truly approach and could only stay on the bridge. It seems it's only visible during the black hour. So as long as I don't get near, the danger isn't significant. Yu Hong concluded, turning back, since the camp's array was almost fortified. His next step was to strengthen the Black Lizard. Considering the Black Disaster's various mysterious abilities, he decided that avoiding close encounters and resolving battles from afar would be wise in the future. In this regard, the Black Lizard became extremely important. Leaving the stream, he hadn't gone far when he suddenly stopped. No, something was off. A thought struck his mind like a jolt of electricity. Quickly turning back, he rushed to the stream's edge, crouched down, and inspected the traces. Soon, an astonishing hypothesis formed in his mind. This stream has moved about 10 meters closer to the camp compared to before. To ascertain this hypothesis, Yu Hong crossed the stream to check the other side and found traces of flowing water on the ground there. Standing by the stream, his expression turned serious. Hopefully, it's just a coincidence. He pondered. With constant rain, watercourses changing direction was a possibility. Glancing at the detector, finding nothing else, Yu Hong took a last deep look at the temporarily formed stream and turned back to camp. The next day, the array fortification completed. A slight flash emerged and blurred for a moment on the camp's ground before everything settled. Witnessing this, Yu Hong felt a slight sense of safety. He reached the outer courtyard, and with a thought, a cat-dog-sized black giant lizard jumped in from outside the fence. The black lizard lay on the damp grass, motionless. Yu Hong extended his hand. Placing the leftover bones he picked up from the insect man on the black lizard's back, palm pressed against it, silently chanting in his mind. Strengthen the Black Lizard. He didn't specify a direction because he was unsure of the effect of the insect man bones. If the direction he provided didn't meet the prerequisite foundation requirements, the strengthening would fail. Thus, the quickest way was to let the black mark fortify randomly. Without providing a direction, the black mark would automatically strengthen based on the compound randomly. Whether to strengthen the Black Lizard? The black mark asked as expected, a black line flashing. The countdown appeared. 2 days 11 hours 9 minutes. Yes. Yu Hong glanced at the countdown. The length of the countdown indicated the extent of the fortification. A duration of just over 2 days was acceptable. If it was too long, it would delay his other plans. Soon, the Black Lizard flashed slightly, motionless on the spot, its back's dark red countdown beginning automatically. Having done all this, Yu Hong swiftly returned to the cave, closed the heavy and sturdy door, and awaited the black hour. He planned to test if, after enhancing the total reserves, those gray soldiers could still breach the array. Utilizing the waiting time, he continued training the Thunderbolt leg technique in the basement. The technique was at the 5th layer, soon reaching the final 6th layer. Achieving perfection in the 6th layer would grant a special Thunderbolt transformation state. He was eagerly anticipating this. Amidst the rapidly escalating black disaster intensity outside and the decreasing number of survivors, possibly only the most robustly fortified outposts might remain. Like Gray City, like the new Aurora City, other outposts might perish. He believed he could currently keep up with the protection measures of large outposts, but if the black disaster further intensified, the needed defensive strength would be even greater. After practicing a cultivation technique for a while, gathering 2 strands of inner chi, he took a shower and returned to the 1st layer to activate the communicator. Keeping in touch with Zhang Kaijun daily was crucial for him to stay informed about the external situation. Your people have been found at the meeting point. Zhang Kaijun was direct when Yu Hong came online. The source of the East River is at Black Tree Village, correct? Yu Hong asked. Yes, I dispatched 3 teams to Black Tree Village. Not just me. Both new Aurora cities have sent elite squads for investigation. Utilizing the Black Hour's safe rift routes, they're faster than us, primarily taking aerial routes straight there by helicopter, Zhang Kaijun stated calmly. Once we converge and consolidate our routes, when can we trade?
Yuong inquired.
If the Black Lizard had extraction liquid, it could significantly extend his exploration range. When confronting numerous black disasters, he wouldn't need to engage head-on, increasing consumption. Instead, just sacrificing a Black Lizard could divert them. The freelance merchants I sent out have already set off and should arrive tomorrow if all goes well. I brought a batch of luminous stones that you urgently need, and I need to trade for vortex talisman plates, preferably with radiation hand grenades. Zhang Kaijun replied. Agreed. Yu Hong responded. How's it on your end now? A sudden ambush by the Black Disaster, codename Gray Soldiers. Over 100 people died 2 nights ago, but after instituting new regulations, we managed to avoid further incidents. Zhang Kaijun recounted coldly. I bombed the area around the city walls with luminous stone bombs, forming a negative value isolation zone, then moved everyone inside to the underground pyroxene secret room. Outside, we used drones to fly extraction liquid far away, luring away the majority of the Black Disaster. It's safe now. The people from the isolation zone? Yu Hong asked.
No idea, Zhang Kaijun coldly replied.
Maybe they're all dead. Disconnecting the communication left Yu Hong feeling inexplicably heavy. He suddenly had a premonition that Zhang Kaijun's side might not hold out much longer. Thinking of Li Rushan and his daughter over there, Ding Xiao, Dr. Su, and the still missing stammering Yi. He softly exhaled. All forces sending people to investigate this time. Hopefully there will be results. If nothing came from this investigation, the remaining cities would be in grave danger. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded distantly outside. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly. He quickly rushed to the passage entrance, opened the observation window and looked outside. It was pitch black outside, nothing visible. The only thing heard was the enormous heavy footsteps, one after another, from far to near, and gradually from near to far. Finally, it disappeared completely in the thick darkness. Has a super-large, high-risk Black Disaster finally appeared? Yu Hong felt his mood weigh down. He suddenly realized that the stone castle outside might shatter like tofu under a crash from such a super-large Black Disaster. Only the multiply fortified cave safehouse might hold out for a while. Chapter 193, Hope 1. Returning to the cave, the communicator also clearly picked up some activity. It's the Black Giant Worm, a high-position Black Disaster within the Blood Tide. A level 9 danger, Zhang Kaijun stated calmly. For a moment, Yu Hong didn't know what to say. Don't worry, compared with the evil shadow system, the entities of the Black Disaster within the Blood Tide are more substantial. Although they are huge in size, they are actually easier to deal with, Zhang Kaijun explained. If nothing unexpected happens, the second wave of attacks might erupt tonight during the Black Hour. According to the satellite cloud map, the intensity of the red value radiation cloud above my location has already peaked, at least an order of magnitude higher than the surrounding areas. Can we withstand it? Yu Hong asked gravely. We should be able to, but the losses might be substantial. Zhang Kaijun paused. If something happens to me this time, wait a second. He suddenly paused again, and his tone fluctuated slightly. Someone is connecting. Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat. Someone connecting at this time and still able to connect could only be either the Black Disaster or it has to be one of the major strongholds. After waiting for a while, soon, a faint rustling sound came from the communicator. Commander Zhang Kaijun of Gray City? A gentle middle-aged woman's voice came from the communicator. It's me. Who is this? I'm Xian Jilei from the 2nd Aurora City, current head of the United Army Security Division. It wasn't easy getting in touch with you. The woman's voice let out a slight sigh of relief. I've heard that the signals around Aurora City have been severely disrupted. Indeed, it was not easy. Zhang Kaijun paused for a moment before confirming. The investigation team sent out by Gray City has developed an extraction fluid of great practical value. I managed to contact you because I was hoping we could cooperate with each other, Xian Jilei stated seriously. There are not many people left alive in the entire Eastern River region. Only through genuine collaboration can we carve out a chance for survival amid the Black Disaster. We can, Zhang Kaijun replied indifferently. What are the terms of the exchange? Let's discuss that in private, Xian Jilei said gravely. The other person who is connected is Mr. Yu Hong from Black Wind Camp, correct? It's me, Yu Hong quickly said. At this critical juncture, it is a key moment for the survival of all of us. And I also hope Mr. Yu can offer as much technical support as possible. We've made new progress with the drones and batteries here. If you need anything, it can be delivered to Gray City first and then transferred from there, Xian Jilei said seriously.
Affirmative, Yuong no dead.
The Vortex rune boards developed by Mr. Yu are indeed very effective. Our intelligence personnel speak highly of them, but unfortunately, they cannot be replicated, Xian Jilei said. I wonder if you could trade the mass production technology for these rune boards? I'm sorry, I'd like to, but the technology of the rune boards itself originates from my own uniqueness. Aside from me, nobody else can replicate it. Yu Hong exhaled and replied. Is that so? I believe Mr. Yu is not one to be short-sighted. It's a pity.
Xin Jilei sighed.
My time here is limited. I need to have a private talk with Commander Zhang next. I hope there will be an opportunity to meet Mr. Yu in person. There will be an opportunity. I'll sign off now. Understanding her implication, Yu Hong directly disconnected the communicator. The conversation was swift and decisive. This minister named Xian Jilei clearly had a style similar to Zhang Kaijun's, but she seemed more mild-mannered, more like a senior official from the Orthodox United Army. There was a gentle authority in her demeanor. Sitting by the communicator, he organized his thoughts. Pulling out a card, he quickly took note of the key points and wrote down the name Xian Jilei and 2nd Aurora City. He sighed deeply. I have to start fighting my battle too. Whether it was Gray City or Aurora City, those were places far away from him. What truly concerned his own survival was the camp. According to what Zhang Kaijun said, tonight there could be a second wave of attacks. It's a perfect time to test the effects of the recently enhanced array. Having just added a new energy pack as a subarray, the effect should greatly increase. The black lizards were still enhancing. Future outcomes were uncertain. Naturally, Yu Hong couldn't wait another 2 days to test, now that this wave of attacks was timely. He walked to the wooden door. Looking through the peephole, he observed the stone castle outside. If the array can't hold up, then it's up to the effectiveness of the safe room here in the cave. The chamber inscribed within the safe room should provide a considerable concealment effect. He took out an enhanced red value detector, always checking. Through the peephole, half of the view was blocked by the stone passage connecting to the stone castle. The other half gave a clear sight of the camp's left side. The ashy-black ground of the camp was pitted and scarred, residues from previous Black Disaster attacks. The inside courtyard's wall, like a ring of gray-white bones, uneven and no higher than 2 meters, was covered with fine array patterns, absorbing the surrounding air's red value radiation. The outer courtyard beyond that. On the black soil of the outer courtyard, a mess of wild vegetables grew stubbornly, drawing from the weak light of the camp, and among them, a lonely little wooden shack stood in a corner. Further away, at the edge of the outer courtyard, were the gray-black wooden fences. Beyond the last fence was a roiling black fog. The thick black fog seemed alive, moving and opaque, hiding everything from view. Time quietly slipped away. After cultivating his inner chi for a while, Yu Hong opened his eyes to check the time on the detector. 22:47. The specific start time of the black hour is 2400 hours. He remembered the announcement broadcasted. It was a precise answer given by the research institutions of Aurora City. Closing his eyes, he continued to refine his inner chi. His thunderbolt leg was nearing the completion of the 6th layer, and right now he urgently needed to strengthen his basis of power. The more inner chi he had, the more trump cards to his name. At least if he couldn't overpower the enemy, he could rely on an explosive release of inner chi to escape. Time slowly moved on. Soon, the numbers on the detector jumped one after another. By the time Yu Hong opened his eyes for the second time, the time had reached 23:56. Click. He opened the door, stepping into the yard. He stood at the edge of the inner courtyard, leaning against the stone castle's gate and gazing out at the outer courtyard. Quickly, for minutes passed in a flash. As the time finally turned to 2400 hours, Yu Hong looked up sharply, seeing the fog beyond the outer fence begin to churn. The original black fog was gradually getting darker, becoming pitch black like ink. Even the white lights of the camp stopped abruptly at the fence, unable to illuminate the ground outside. Here it comes. Yu Hong's heart grew tense. Outside looked just like this when that group attacked with their hands previously. He squinted his eyes and found a step to sit down on with a thump. After waiting for a while longer, he tentatively raised his hand upwards, little by little. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Whoosh! The moment his fingers surpassed 1.4 meters, a pale gray human hand suddenly stretched out from the black fog beyond the fence. The hand appeared like it belonged to a refrigerator, its surface rotting, nails sharp and embedded with black mud. It was a severed hand, the point of breakage just beyond the wrist with no forearm attached. Therefore, rather than saying it reached out from the fog, it would be more accurate to say that the hand flew out of the fog, grabbing towards Yu Hong. Whoosh! A huge gust of wind began to stir. The hand crossed the fence and instantly activated the ground array. Hiss! A burst of airflow shot upward from the ground, transforming into a crow the size of a human head. The crow spread its wings, sparking a trail of black embers as it collided with the joints of the hand's fingers. Boom! The airflow crow exploded. The hand's speed greatly reduced, slowing by more than half, from the speed of a racing car to that of a running person. Before it could continue, a second airflow crow shot up from the ground, striking the palm of the hand once again. Whoosh! Black fire ignited the hand, quickly reducing it to black ash. But that was just one hand. Yu Hong still maintained his original action, his raised hand growing higher and higher, far exceeding 1.4 meters. He could see the black fog outside roiling intensely, as if something in great numbers was about to burst forth. He persevered, constantly monitoring the status of the array inside his seal. In his mind, the black wind defense array that had just obliterated a human hand was still in good condition. The supplementary capability brought by the secondary array gave the main array a lot of leeway. Previously, one human hand could consume about 1/10 of the array's stored energy. Now, with the two arrays working in tandem, a hand with tens of thousands of radiation values merely caused a brief flicker in the arrays, which quickly recovered to normal. The secondary array also has the function of absorbing red value to replenish itself, so this is like having two arrays absorbing and defending simultaneously. The effect should be much better than simply increasing the total storage capacity. Yu Hong thought to himself, still fixating his gaze beyond the fence. The churning black fog was clearly brewing an even bigger attack. After waiting for less than half a minute, finally, poo-pew poo-poo. In an instant, A dense mass of pale gray hands broke through the black fog, forming a wall of white, bearing down on Yu Hong directly. The ferocious sound of wind reverberated in his ears, and at this moment, the entire camp was filled with the mighty sound of the rushing airflow. The wind, compressed, blew in every direction. The intense pressure seemed to suck away much of the camp's oxygen, making it difficult to breathe. Yu Hong stared dead at the oncoming wall of hands, still holding up his arm. He wanted to test the limits of the array thoroughly. So he remained motionless, sitting on the inner courtyard steps like a statue. Bang! The wall-like group of hands, easily 100 of them, surged into the range of the array simultaneously. In an instant, the array lit up. From the black earth on the ground of both the inner and outer courtyards, intricate pale white array patterns emerged. Amongst the layered patterns, there were a large number of vortex-like eye-shaped holes from which airflow continuously spewed out. Bursts of released airflow condensed into multiple airflow crows in midair, rushing towards the massive hands like a wall. Poo-pew-poo-poo. First, the decelerating effect took place instantaneously. Right after that, the crows, carrying black fire and black wind erosion, continually annihilated the incoming hands. 2 seconds later, 20 hands dissipated into black smoke. 3 seconds after, 40 hands again turned to black smoke. By this time, the wall of hands had thinned out significantly, resembling a piece of white cloth full of holes, still moving slowly towards Yu Hong. And the entire array's light suddenly dimmed, indicating a significant drop in power. It was evident that all reserves had been depleted. Fortunately, the two arrays were absorbing red value simultaneously, converting it into negative radiation value and keeping the output going. This state also caused the remaining hand's skin to slowly turn charred black. Their speed continued to decrease, now similar to that of a walking person. The stored energy has reached its limit. Yu Hong knew what had happened. With his hand raised, he quietly watched these hands fly towards him. Chapter 194, Hope. The 6th second. More than half of the hands had turned into black smoke and disappeared. The conversion speed of the secondary formation was very fast. Due to its single specialized function, it far exceeded the conversion speed of the main formation. This conversion itself absorbed the red value to weaken the nearby black disaster. Coupled with the conversion into array attacks, the process was further suppressing the manpower black disaster. The 8th second. The last few hands flew within a few meters of Yu Hong and could no longer sustain themselves, completely turning into silent black ash and disappearing. He quietly watched all this. Not until all the hands had been eliminated did he slowly lower his hand. Asterisk. Looks like the array still needs to be specialized and strengthened to achieve better combined effects. When a bunch of functions are mixed together, the enhancement of each function isn't very high. Asterisk. He walked over and, looking at the black ash scattered all over the ground, cautiously returned to the stone castle to find a plastic bag and carefully collected all the black ash. After benefiting from the remnants of the black disaster, he paid extra attention to such things. Having collected all the black ash and filled a large bag, he straightened up with satisfaction. Outside the fence, a dense crowd of phantom shadows appeared once again. Among them were men and women, old and young, most of them cleanly dressed and with expressions like living people, but devoid of any emotion. Yu Hong put down the bag and scanned the crowd, looking for the speed man he had seen last time, but he couldn't find any trace of him this time. Looking around, the entire camp exterior was densely packed with hundreds of phantom shadows. He thought for a moment, then drew the Wolf Fang club from his back, letting inner chi climb over it and adhere to its surface. Then he suddenly swung it forward. Whoosh! The Wolf Fang club whistled through the air, spinning as it carried a deep whooshing noise and smashed fiercely into the large crowd of phantom shadows directly ahead. Poof! 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 In an instant, many phantom shadows shattered into black smoke, corroded away by the inner chi. Dozens of phantom shadows were completely dispersed while the Wolf Fang club embedded itself in the ground outside the fence. Soon after, The phantom shadows converged around to fill the gap as if there had been no reduction in their numbers. They neither advanced nor retreated, just standing there. Yu Hong watched them, roughly estimating the consumption of inner qi and forming a simple plan in his mind. Since the phantom shadows didn't intend to invade, he decided not to bother with them. Standing up, he took 2 steps back and quickly receded into the cave. Observing the phantom shadows from inside the cave for some time, Yu Hong confirmed that they did not enter, merely stood there. The array continued consuming energy, clearly blocking something that was trying to creep in discreetly. Although it's blocking the manpower, it's still a bit strenuous. I need to supplement it with a secondary formation to serve as a reserve energy and converter for the main formation. Sitting back at the wooden table, Yu Hong once again drafted subsequent enhancement plans. Additionally, the inner qi I applied to the Wolf Fang Club is effective in dealing with phantom shadows, but it lacks a long-range weapon. The Wolf Fang Club is too close. It's difficult to keep a safe distance and maximize the inner qi's power. Full long-range attacks consume too much as materials are limited. It's best to make a weapon that's sturdy enough and can reach a considerable distance for sustained use. All along, his inner qi cultivation had been used mainly to augment explosive power and speed endurance. There weren't many instances where it played a major role in real battles. After pondering for a while, Yu Hong quickly realized what kind of weapon he needed. Once the Black Lizard's enhancement was completed, he could utilize the Black Mark to process weapons. Next, test different materials for the conduction speed and loss of inner qi. The increasingly terrifying black disaster outside made him feel the urgency of returning to the original crisis state. Yu Hong dared not delay for a moment. He immediately began testing the properties of inner qi. He tried every material he had, including fur, plastic, stone, wood, earth, water, oil, and various alloys. Soon, Yu Hong concluded that metal was the best conductor. So he rummaged through miscellaneous items for metal objects but found the quantity and weight far short of his needs. While the Black Lizard was still being enhanced. The next morning, he waited for the phantom shadows to disperse outside and for the darkness to pass. By 2 in the afternoon, the outside world entered a chaotic period. He left the camp directly, heading to the nearest highway at the camp's edge. Under the gray-white sky, he glanced at the sky. The fog obscured everything. As far as the eye could see, the sky and earth were the same gray. Sigh. Yu Hong exhaled long and hard, jumping down a slope to stand on the road surface. The gray-white pavement was more broken, with many remaining holes and scars. In one spot, there was even a basin-sized depression filled with black, dirty water. Yu Hong looked around. The gray fog limited his vision to only 3 or 4 meters. Based on his bearings, he quickened his pace toward the roadside. Soon, through the fog ahead, 2 jeeps slowly emerged. Both vehicles were overturned on the roadside slope, half-hanging as if they might roll down at any moment. Watching the cars hang there, Yu Hong found himself in a dilemma. Troublesome. He looked around. What if the car fell? After thinking for a bit, he turned sideways, reaching to grab the edge of one vehicle's chassis, tensing his muscles and taking a deep breath. Lift! He tried pulling upward with both hands. Bang! In an instant, the jeep did a roll, unexpectedly lifted into mid-air, held aloft by Yu Hong. The scene fell silent for a moment. Yu Hong was a bit dazed, looking up at the car over his head, and then down at his feet sunk into the ground. Boom, boom. He lightly balanced the car, placing it gently on its side, setting it upright. Then he pulled his feet out and moved to the side of the second jeep, staring at it in deep thought. Was my strength already this great? He had previously only been able to drag or lift the vehicle, but now felt like paper in his hands. Reaching out again, Yu Hong hugged the rear of the second jeep, hands squeezing toward the center. Crunch. The second jeep was lifted in his arms and placed gently on the roadside ground. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he exhaled, lifted the vehicle again, and prepared to return to camp first. But after only 2 steps, the road underfoot cracked. Helplessly, he set the car down and changed to dragging the car head with his hand, running forward. Going back and forth twice like this, he finally managed to drag both vehicles back to the camp. Inside the camp, he quickly removed all the non-metal parts from the vehicles, leaving only the metal frames. He then stacked the 2 metal frames together. That way, the raw materials needed for the weapon should be sufficient. Then it was just a matter of waiting for the Black Mark to complete the Black Lizard's enhancement so he could synthesize the weapon. The next day, a communication from Zhang Kaijun reported another outbreak of black disaster from closed-eye people, which was even more terrifying than the Grey Hand's assault. After losing more than 30 lives, the death zones were obliterated with a strong acid spray using luminous stones. Grey City had fewer than 2,000 people remaining. According to Zhang Kaijun, many people had stolen equipment and weapons and fled unnoticed during the Grey period, their whereabouts unknown. Exingile also started preparing to battle the upcoming Black Giant and the multi-eyed bird flock. The only good news was that teams from the 3 sides successfully joined forces to compile a safe rift map. The team of 20 had only sacrificed 5 members while completing the rift map verification. After photographing the map, the remaining 15 people printed 3 copies and hid them at the meeting point, waiting for subsequent personnel to retrieve them. Then they all headed toward the origin of the Black Disaster at Donghe, the Black Tree Village. Going around and around, Xuaningning and 2 others still headed toward Yi and her group. In the Black Wind Camp, Yu Hong practiced inner chi while occasionally venturing out to observe the wooden bridge to the south of the cave. His inner chi had reached the 3rd path of the 5th layer, and the wooden bridge was indeed getting closer to the cave. This cast a shadow over his heart. In the afternoon, after the Grey period, entering the Chaotic period, the Black Mark's enhancement on the Black Lizard was finally about to end. Inside the stone castle, Yu Hong crouched down, reaching out to gently stroke a black lizard before him. The back of the black lizard showed a dark red countdown. 2 minutes. Gulp. Yu Hong drank a cup of hot water, put down the cup, and exhaled a puff of white breath. Even with the insulated water pipes, the temperature inside the stone castle had dropped to around 7 degrees. Outside was even colder. The previous rain had left the ground covered in thin frost. The forest was draped with countless icicles everywhere. Poof! Just as Yu Hong slightly let his mind wander, the countdown ended. The cat and dog-sized black lizard before him suddenly trembled, its form becoming blurry. 1 second later, its scales became blacker, its size increased by another circle, now as large as a big dog. When it stood up, it reached a human's waist, over 4 meters in length. It was a real big guy. At that exact moment, all the black lizards within the mark completed their enhancement. The black lizard in front of him, with its bright black eyes open, stared at Yu Hong, awaiting orders. Clap, clap. Yu Hong reached out and patted the scales on the black lizard's back. Felt a bit hard, so its defensive power should be good. But otherwise, there seemed to be no outward changes noticeable. Asterisk, did it only grow in size? Asterisk, he stood up, circled the black lizard, and quickly found a yellow paper under its right claw. The yellow paper was about palm-sized, with ancient cloud patterns at the edges, its texture fine with a slight warmth. Yu Hong slid out the yellow paper, brushed off the dust, and examined it closely. Characters were written on it. Black lizard, also known as Earth Pond Dragon Lizard, possesses natural copper skin iron armor, moves as fast as the wind, excels in concealment, and feeds on earth evil chi, can emit earth fire to corrode enemies into pus water. It's one of the low-ranking Taoist soldiers of the Infinite Demon Palace. Again with the Wuji Palace, Yu Hong was at a loss for words. Were they targeting a fat sheep and squeezing it relentlessly or what? On the reverse, there were small characters. In combination with Wuji Palace mental method Inner Chi, 9 Earth Pond Dragon Lizards can form an Earth Pond Demon Nest. The Earth Pond Demon Nest will automatically spawn an Earth Pond Dragon Lizard every 5 days, controlled by the nest and not occupying a mark slot. A single mark can only convert into 1 demon nest, with no limit on the number of dragon lizards controlled by the nest. No wonder the enhanced effects of the insect man's remnant are shown here. It's said that insect men can rapidly increase their own individual numbers. Looking at this yellow paper, Yu Hong suddenly felt like he was an unofficial disciple of the Infinite Demon Palace. Although he had no idea where this faction actually was, it didn't stop him from speculating that they might be very close to where he was. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why the black mark kept leeching off it. Asterisk, looking at it this way, switching to an Earthpond demon nest would be tough initially, but the accumulated results are quite substantial later on. 1 every 5 days, that's 6 in a month. In 2 months, it would catch up with the previous numbers. However, I still need to test the battle strength of these Earthpond dragon lizards before deciding. Asterisk. Chapter 195, Hope. Yu Hong scrutinized the 4-meter-long Earthpond dragon lizard, and with a thought, the dragon lizard lunged forward and in the blink of an eye leapt from the stone castle window, disappearing into the mist. Its speed was actually faintly catching up to Yu Hong's. The change in movement was astonishingly explosive. Yu Hong stood still without moving, closing his eyes to see through the eyes of the dragon lizard via the mark. In the forest shrouded by black fog, the Earthpond dragon lizard raced forward like a black line. Soon, a half-person-tall greenish-black rock appeared in front of it. Bang! The lizard smashed into the rock, shattering it into dust and rolling chunks to the side. Suddenly, a man with short hair dressed in a black suit appeared at the side of a tree trunk in front of the dragon lizard. The man's appearance was clean and tidy, his complexion pale and expressionless. He was obviously a shadow. The Earthpond dragon lizard lifted its head and opened its mouth. At a position 7 or 8 meters from the shadow, it paused and spat out a black line of fire. The fire line moved incredibly fast, crossing the 7 or 8 meters in an instant, hitting the shadow man accurately. Whoosh! The shadow was ignited in a blink, turning into black smoke and vanishing. Not bad in terms of power, Yu Hong thought to himself, satisfied as he watched. He also noticed that, in the dense darkness outside, the Earthpond dragon lizard could still see scenery up to a dozen meters away, though it was in black and white, which was already commendable. Let's test the upper limit of its strength and its resistance to hits, he pondered in his mind, quickly finding a target. A big skin slowly moving in the forest. In the darkness, the big skin appeared unhurried and rather leisurely in the eyes of the Earthpond dragon lizard. This strangely familiar feeling gave Yu Hong the illusion that it was just a strangely shaped wild animal. Splat! Light rain began to fall abruptly. Raindrops hit the ground, quickly re-wetting the black soil that had just dried up. Big Skin swung its legs in annoyance, shaking off the black mud, twitched its small triangular head, and was about to change direction. Hiss! Suddenly, a dark figure burst from the shadows and pounced. Boom! The figure hit Big Skin's head apparatus, emitting a dull thud. Big Skin stumbled backward 2 steps, and several sharp teeth on its mouth apparatus were broken. Shaking its head furiously and roaring in anger, it intertwined and fought with the dark figure. The shadow was the enhanced Earthpond dragon lizard. After several enhancements, it now possessed considerable physical strength. Facing Big Skin head-on, it was surprisingly not at a disadvantage. In the dark night, the dragon lizard's body was actually much smaller than Big Skin, the overall comparison resembling an egg to a walnut. But when the two collided head-on, creating thuds with each impact, the dragon lizard was only slightly weaker in strength but was much faster than Big Skin. Advance and withdraw, they fought evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. The two creatures, one ramming and the other responding, were like 2 rocks to see which would give up first. Observing this, Yu Hong nodded slightly. The physical strength is roughly comparable to Big Skin. This enhancement was quite successful. The black lizard is finally playing a role. He moved his thoughts, controlling the dragon lizard to swiftly retreat. Then, as Big Skin prepared to follow and bite, the dragon lizard viciously spit out a black line of fire. Whoosh! A torrent of black flames burst forth, sticking to Big Skin like a viscous liquid, burning fiercely. Hiss! Big Skin screamed tragically, halting mid-charge and attempting to dodge to no avail. Its large body was already coated with black fire, burning intensely. As severe screams filled the air, black smoke began to billow from Big Skin, which started to shrink slowly. Under the flames, its size was gradually diminishing. The dragon lizard surged forward again, ramming violently.
Bang!
Big Skin was knocked to the ground, rolling in an attempt to quench the flames, but to no avail. It was engulfed once more by the black fire from the dragon lizard, igniting its abdomen completely. The black fire burned for a whole minute before completely reducing Big Skin to black smoke, disappearing without a trace. After the skirmish, the dragon lizard was left only slightly weary and tired, with a few minor injuries on its body, which seemed recoverable after some rest. Not bad at all. Yu Hong nodded repeatedly, quite amazed. The Earth Pond Dragon Lizard's battle abilities were stronger than those of Big Skin. Could win against one Big Skin, but probably not against two. The power of the black fire is not very strong. Before Big Skin was burned to death, two could have battered one dragon lizard to death. Overall, the Earth Pond Dragon Lizard is slightly stronger than Big Skin, but weaker than an elephant worm, ranking between danger levels 2 and 3. Moreover, spitting black fire can definitely serve as a ranged attack, targeting high-risk black disasters. This can be considered for future testing when suitable shields are available to block. Having confirmed the Earth Pond Dragon Lizard's combat capabilities, Yu Hong stepped out of the stone castle and into the inner courtyard. He took a stroll around the area and ultimately chose a new excavation next to his own cave as the location for the Earth Pond Dragon Lizard's nest. Walking into the new cave, how should I construct the Earth Pond Dragon Lizard nest? Yu Hong frowned slightly, pondering. The instructions mention that it requires the fusion of 9 dragon lizards. I still don't have enough of them, so I need to gather more. Outside, there were only 2 dragon lizards catalyzed by inner chi. An egg took 3 days to hatch, and a week to mature into an adult. The dragon lizards he had now were all newly bred with inner chi after the previous ones had perished. Inner chi infused into the marks would cause a dragon lizard egg to appear at the location where the last black lizard had died, which would then hatch. 2 dragon lizards, 1 lays an egg, in 3 days that's 4, those 4 lay more eggs, and in 6 days that's 8, in 9 days the Earth Pond Dragon Lizard nest can be established with 4 extra dragon lizards as backup patrol. Yu Hong did some quick calculations and suddenly felt confident. The dragon lizards now fully possessed the dual strike capability against shadows and blood tide, and they also had significant killing power against human weapons. With that thought, Yu Hong quickly went back to the stone castle and brought out a regular handgun. In the inner courtyard, he raised the gun and fired a shot at the back of a dragon lizard that had lain down in preparation.
Bang!
The bullet created some black fragments, as if hitting old black tree bark. At the spot where the dragon lizard was hit in the back, there was a dent. Yu Hong walked over, reached out, and touched the dent. It was about the size of a fingernail, around 1 centimeter deep, and slightly warm to the touch. Not bad, he said, satisfied, and let the dragon lizard scurry outside the fence into the dark mist, disappearing from sight. Next is to strengthen the weapons, bring out the power of inner chi. It's just a structural change, so the cost of black mark shouldn't take too long. After Yu Hong used inner chi to make the 2 dragon lizards lay eggs, he turned and walked out of the inner courtyard wall, into the outer yard. On the ground in the outer yard, next to the wooden shed, there were 2 jeep frames parked. Yu Hong walked over and stood waiting for a while. Soon a dragon lizard emerged from the darkness, with a large wolf fang club in its mouth, dragged it to the side of the vehicle, and then turned back into the dark. Then Yu Hong reached out and placed his hand on the surface of the vehicle frame. Enhance the weapon's direction. The image of a weapon that perfectly met his needs appeared in his mind. Sturdy enough for close combat and ranged combat, easy to repair, and with strong killing power. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He stopped the enhancement, dashed back into the stone castle, and quickly came back out. In his hand, he placed a few freshly drawn traction talisman plates and vortex talisman plates into the vehicle frame. Then he enhanced it further. Enhance weapons. Direction. An image of a large spiked iron ball connected with thick chains appeared in Yu Hong's mind. Yes, that was exactly the weapon he wanted. An iron ball connected to a thick chain, with the other end attached to a sturdy belt around his waist. The long chain would allow the iron ball to fly out and strike opponents over 10 meters away. Holding the ball with both hands could also turn it into a melee weapon with terrifying destructive power. Additionally, because the iron ball had a diameter of over a meter wide enough, it could also temporarily serve as a shield to block powerful attacks. Lastly, Yu Hong let the black mark fuse the traction rune and vortex rune into it, using the vortex rune as an energy source to strengthen the traction effect of the traction rune, giving the big iron ball the ability to attract and adhere to the enemy when close. This was the ideal weapon for Yu Hong. All things considered, its functions were quite perfect. The black mark quickly gave feedback, affirming the direction he had chosen for enhancement. And it gave a countdown, 10 hours 15 minutes. If the enhancement didn't include any runes and didn't improve material durability, it probably would have taken a lot less time. But this way it's worth it. Yu Hong was quite looking forward to it. With the right weapon, combined with the explosive speed of the Thunderbolt leg technique, his practical combat ability would be greatly enhanced. After confirming that the black mark had begun enhancing, he returned to the safety of the cave dwelling in high spirits, planning to continue his training and cultivation when he casually turned on the communicator. But suddenly, a thunderous boom resounded in the night sky. Roaring thunder. A streak of lightning illuminated the surrounding mountains and forests for an instant. From the doorway, through the peephole, Yu Hong caught a glimpse of the fleeting gray and white panorama outside. The mist-shrouded woods, whether it was Baiqiu village, the surrounding slopes, or the forest below. Everywhere was covered with numerous shadowy figures, wandering slowly and aimlessly. At a glance, it was impossible to tell just how many there were. 10,000? 100,000? Or more? All those killed by the shadow turned into new shadows, and so far, how many people from nearby cities had died? At least tens of millions. The thought of this number made Yu Hong's scalp tingle instantly. He felt that it was time to carefully consider his future plan of action. He couldn't just enhance things as needed without a target, spreading his progress too thinly. Whoosh! He closed the peephole with a swoop. He sat down next to the communicator. The soft white light, the warm circulating water pipes, a bookmarked book halfway through with a plastic bookmark, and a messy, unsorted gray sleeping bag. The cave's atmosphere of life slowly calmed his somewhat tense nerves. To break into this place, they would first have to get past the dragon lizards, then the array, and also the incredibly sturdy cave door. This place is safe enough, peaceful enough, but this is based on the premise that the array is strong enough. What if we encounter a black disaster capable of destroying the array from a distance? In such a case, we would need to take the initiative to go out to destroy and drive them away, necessitating the need for mobile combat abilities like those of the black lizard. So, establishing the Earth Pond Demon Nest would be very helpful for the later stage. Yu Hong took a pen and wrote down on the wooden board. Array, Dragon Lizard, 2 key terms. Chapter 196. Hope 4. The outside world is getting more and more vicious. I must plan ahead, since I've determined that the key to ensuring my safety lies in these two. Then next, after the weapon reinforcement is over, I will focus on strengthening these two. Array formation must achieve comprehensive protective effects, covering both underground and the sky. The scope also needs to be expanded, and a buffer space added to prevent black disasters moving too quickly from crossing the array and breaking into the core area. The appearance of dragon lizards indicates that many remnants of the black disaster have good reinforcement effects, as do the air crows within the array, so in the future, collecting these types of remnants for synthetic strengthening is also a key point. After establishing the dragon lizard's nest, we'll investigate whether further strengthening is possible. If it's not feasible, then we will research new synthetic creatures. Having 1 or 2 black marks suggests that perhaps 3 or 4 are possible. This area must be thoroughly explored in the future. Yu Hong swiftly noted down all the key points. Compared to cultivation of inner strength, I now see clearly that direct strengthening of array formations and black mark creatures offers much greater improvement. In such an increasingly dangerous environment, securing a safer living environment first. before dedicating oneself to the arduous increase of inner strength is the best strategy. After deciding to reinforce the array and the dragon lizards and other movable creatures, Yu Hong had a goal in mind and felt much more at ease. Although he was still worried about Yi's situation, he had done all he could for now and could only silently pray for her. Yi herself seemed to have a special constitution. When she stayed still and quiet, she was ignored by the Black Disaster and thus not attacked. This kind of constitution already greatly increased her chances of survival compared to others. And with the equipment and supplies he had given her, as long as she was careful not to act recklessly and withdrew slowly when encountering dangerous black disasters, monitoring the fluctuations of the red value on the detector, she shouldn't have too many problems. Yu Hong cooked something to eat, rested for a while, then continued his practice. The increase he gained from the 5th layer of Thunderbolt Leg had far exceeded his expectations. His movement speed and emergency response burst speed had both been greatly enhanced beyond that of an average person. Having ensured my speed for escape, the next step is to improve my defensive capabilities. Many cannot even bear to come into contact with Black Disaster. Once the fight begins, I would certainly be hamstrung, so improving my own protection rises to the top of my agenda. Choosing an appropriate cultivation technique next time is key. After pondering over the future, he finished his practice and refined his inner chi, then turned on the communicator. This time, the communicator seemed to be interfered with and did not connect to Zhang Kaijun's channel immediately. Instead, it emitted a hissing sound of static. After a short wait, the communication returned to normal. The exhausted voice of Zhang Kaijun came from the speaker. "Sorry, something happened here. I'm dealing with it." Along with his words came bursts of gunfire. "Do you carry the communicator with you?" Yu Hong asked. "Yes, just a personal extension." Zhang Kaijun replied, "2 hours ago, I received unfortunate news that I need to inform you about." "What is it?" Yu Hong paused, then asked. In these tumultuous times, good news was rare, and he had grown used to that. "The investigation team failed," Zhang Kaijun said. "They joined forces with the elite from Aurora City and took a helicopter there. It turned out that someone had entered Black Tree Village before them. Consequently, the investigation team decided to split up. Part of them tracked the people ahead, hoping to make contact and glean more information. The others followed the original plan, heading straight to the site of the initial outbreak of the Black Disaster in Black Tree Village. But I have a question. Surely the state has also investigated the source relics before. Why nothing was discovered then? And what guarantees the investigation can find any clues now?" This was something that Yu Hong had long wondered about. According to information from an unknown source, Aurora City first received a message that the Black Disaster originated from the Black Well, which in turn originated from a sealed relic. At first, due to lack of verification, it was unsupported. Later, as the situation worsened and there were no other options, the formation of the investigation team was seen as a last resort. Zhang Kaijun answered. "So you're saying Aurora City and you guys also don't know whether the investigation team's efforts will be fruitful?"
Yu Hong understood.
He heard that someone had gotten into Black Tree Village ahead of them and guessed that it was very likely Yi and NN, but he also didn't rule out the possibility of others. "Yes, the detailed information is all in New Aurora City. It is said that linguists there have decoded some of the unknown script from the relics, uncovering part of the cause of the Black Disaster outbreak. But at that time, without evidence of effectiveness, it was shelved now. The situation has changed," Zhang Kaijun explained. Yu Hong finally understood completely. That is to say, initially the authorities did not take the information about sealing and such seriously. Later, when every other method had been tried and too many people had died, they had no other choice but to take a shot in the dark, deciding to try following these cryptic methods. Also, the trader I sent should have arrived. Their journey following the Black Disaster Rift went smoothly, Zhang Kaijun said.
Ok, Yu Hong replié.
Click, the communication cut off. He sat at the desk for a while, sighed, stood up, and continued to go down to the basement to practice. What else could he do now apart from practice? Rather than venturing out, staying and continuously strengthening his camp was the best option. Time flew in his intense cultivation. Just as Yu Hong was fully immersed in his cultivation, one of the dragon lizards patrolling outside the camp suddenly sent him a prompt through the black mark. He had instructed them to report promptly about any disturbances aside from the black disaster. Yu Hong halted his chi cultivation, glanced outside through the dragon lizard's perspective, quickly put on his reinforced suit, exited the cave, and went to the enclosure of the outer yard. By this time, dawn was breaking in the gray sky. Outside the fence stood a short man draped in a thick black cloak. He hung his head low, his neck adorned with a heavily rusted helmet, from which came the occasional phlegm-ridden cough through the breathing valve. Compared to Yu Hong, he was only as tall as Yu Hong's chest, and his entire body was covered in gray-white luminous stone runes and stealth inscriptions. The stealth inscriptions were obviously ineffective. The unpowered lines were immediately recognized as useless by Yu Hong. I am from Xuchang, entrusted by Commander Zhang of Gray City, to come to Black Wind Camp to trade for the necessary resources. The man said with his head down, his voice humble and calm, completely devoid of the panicked and terror-filled tone of the refugees outside. You traveled such a long distance by yourself? Yu Hong was somewhat surprised, looking through the dense fog behind the man. Not a soul was in sight, and farther away, the view was obscured by the thick mist. Not just me, there were 3 of us. For the safe transport of resources and goods, we have all undergone bodily modifications to a certain extent. Please forgive us, Mr. Yu. The man who claimed to be from Xuchang continued. Modifications? Yes, due to the appearance of high-risk black disasters, single-layer pyroxene secret room designs proved ineffective. Thus, the expert group from Gray City proposed 3 safeguards: reducing the presence of live human scent, increasing the layers of pyroxene secret rooms, and blending in to mask the scent, Xuchang explained with a smile. Reducing the presence of live human scent. You all. Yu Hong's gaze sharpened, but before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned by the man's right leg, which he had lifted slightly. Xu Cheng's right leg was not made of flesh and blood. It was a prosthetic limb. Subsequently, he lifted his left leg and then his left hand, all of which turned out to be dark metallic prosthetic limbs. Additionally, the amount of living tissue on my body has been reduced to the minimum possible extent. Xu Chang removed his cloak's hood, revealing bald ears and a nose. His ears and nose had been cut off. According to research, the black disaster targets living flesh and is a special group that conducts predation and erosion activities. As such, by greatly reducing the amount of living flesh on our bodies, we can significantly diminish our presence, he explained. Yu Hong was left speechless. In addition, all the skin on my body has been tattooed with luminous stone powder, a layer of skin, a layer of inner armor, and a layer of coat, 3 layers in total. It's quite laborious to ensure protection without any slips during movement, Xuchang said with a smile. What about blending in and masking your scent?
Yu Hong inquired.
How do you do that? Ah, that. Xuchang emitted a strange low chuckle. He put the hood back on and bowed his head, looking like a hunchbacked dwarf. Based on laboratory tests and calculations, we implanted low-level black disaster radiated remnants into our bodies. As a researcher, you must know that sometimes low-level black disasters are not necessarily inferior to high-level ones. Some just have less lethal power and a smaller range, lacking in expressiveness. So, he paused, then continued. We implanted those types of black disaster remnants in our bodies to emit radiation with a red value slightly higher than the environment, confusing the scent of living beings. Of course, the cost of this is that our lifespans are shortened to about 5 years. But that's all right. Even so, many people are still willing to undergo this surgery. Yu Hong was left speechless. He thought the survivors he had encountered before had done everything to the extreme to survive. But now, seeing Xuchang from Gray City, he realized what it truly meant to go to the extreme. Well, let's proceed with the resource exchange quickly, shall we? The items you need, I have already brought some of them, Xuchang said. Right. Yu Hong turned back and carried out vortex talisman plates from a cave. These items were not like radiation hand grenades that required a black mark to strengthen and refine the design before processing. These could be mass-produced with inner chi and were not considered precious. The N200 vortex talisman plates, along with a radiation hand grenade, were prepared to be studied by the other party for their structure and design, and afterwards it was expected that Gray City would be able to mass-produce the Vortex Talisman plates into radiation hand grenades. This, in turn, would significantly increase the defense force there. As for the items Yu Hong was trading for, they were mainly luminous stone powder. After the disappearance of the luminous stone mines, the powder became a scarce resource. 200 Vortex Talisman plates plus 1 grenade, consuming less than a pound of large pyroxene stone powder, could be exchanged for 200 pounds of luminous stone powder. That amount would suffice for Yu Hong's use for a long time. Apart from the luminous stone powder, these items also brought him a barrel of Sunshine No. 7 special material paint. Because in the current environment, luminous stone powder will be offset by the red value in the air, we did not dare bring much. Please understand, this is just a preliminary transaction. Here, I'm including a simple surveillance system as a gift to you. It can be used with a standard electric plug, said Xu Chang, pulling out a white package from the bag he was carrying. The packaging was the size of a magazine and as thick as a dictionary. On its surface was an LCD screen surrounded by an advertisement featuring 6 miniature cameras. The side was embossed with the logo for Galaxy Technology. Chapter 197, Believe 1. Thank you. This really helps a lot. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, thinking of strengthening the black mark for the first time. It's likely that this freebie comes with strings attached, but no matter. Once refreshed and strengthened by the black mark, it'll function even more powerfully and wipe all hidden dangers for personal use. Much better than the surveillance mode of the Dragon Lizard. Glad it helps. After exchanging items, Xu Chang gave a slight bow. Do you mind if I take some photos of the camp? He asked. Feel free. Yu Hong was in a good mood and gestured with his hand. Xu Chang took out a black cell phone and silently photographed the camp for a while, then bowed again to Yu Hong before turning and walking decisively into the mist, disappearing from sight. Soon, faint sounds of a car engine starting drifted from the outside, fading into the distance until entirely gone. Yu Hong was about to turn back when his steps suddenly halted. Where Xu Chang had just stood, lying quietly on the dark soil outside the fence, was a small wad of paper. Previously obscured by the wooden fence barrier, its presence escaped notice. But now, with a change in his viewing angle, it came into his sight. Yu Hong walked over, bent down, and picked up the wad of paper. He unfolded it. On the white paper were neatly written words. Returning Home Association Member Benefits Overview. Benefit 1. For those who sincerely join us, we offer the utmost survival assistance. Benefit 2. The Returning Home Association has a special ability to largely avoid the black disaster without harm. Members who contribute enough will receive this blessing. Benefit 3. All members are brothers and sisters. We help each other, keep each other warm. Members with sufficient contributions can receive a one-time full mind and body rest. During this respite, your fear, guilt, pain, and sorrow will all drift away, and you will be reborn. Only through rebirth can one be filled with strength anew, to set out on the desired journey home. Russell. Yu Hong crumpled the paper back into a ball. This resembled some kind of flyer from a cult seizing an opportunity for promotion. The contents couldn't be trusted at all. Taking the luminous stone powder, he returned to the inner yard of the camp and moved all items into the mountain cave safe house, quickly starting to strengthen the large pyroxene graphite powder to make various runes. To save time, he used a portion of the enhancement and fetched more as needed. The mastery of vortex runes, stealth runes, luminous stone enhancement, deceleration runes, etc., allowed him to lay the groundwork for researching and combining compound arrays on his own. What he had to do now was to create a second set of arrays to further enhance the endurance of the protective arrays. The sound of rain continued unceasingly. Inside the cave, he crouched over a wooden table, quickly drawing different rune patterns with a pen. With an existing array to copy from, in less than an hour, a new array was designed. The function of an array primarily consists of 3 actions: absorption, storage, transmission. That is, 3 vortex runes, 1 deceleration rune, and 1 stealth rune can form a basic storage unit. From the finished secondary array outside, I counted about 30 vortex runes arranged in a 3-1-1 design. If I proportionally add several more array units myself, should it significantly shorten the time needed for the black mark's enhancement? Yu Hong pondered this in his mind. The time of enhancement by the black mark depended principally upon the number of steps needed to complete an item. He had already confirmed this. So by completing some work he could do on his own in advance, he could reduce the enhancement process. After producing the array units, he tested them with the black mark to ensure there were no issues and then continued replicating. Copying the arrays, then strengthening them with the black mark to integrate them, ultimately became a physically taxing task. Time passed unknowingly. Yu Hong busied himself in the cave all night until the darkness had fully passed, ushering in a new day. The murky light outside pulled him from his immersion in work. Is anyone there? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice floated from outside the camp. Is anyone there? The voice belonged to a woman, tinged with sobbing and a hint of despair hidden in her tone. Yu Hong frowned, stood up to stretch his back, and walked to the front door to pull open the peephole to look outside. But this angle did not reveal everything. It seems I need to install the surveillance system to monitor all the blind spots around here. He thought about it for a moment, hearing the voice again without haste. Perhaps it's the evil shadow, he thought. Assured that the array was functioning normally, Yu Hong put on his suit, still clinging to a sliver of hope, and walked out of the cave and through the tunnel to the yard. Standing in front of the stone castle in the inner yard, he looked out toward the outside. There, beyond the fence, stood a person. The dragon lizard had not attacked this individual, so they appeared to be alive. Yu Hong exhaled, checked first if the weapon enhancement was finished, and, confirming it was still ongoing, stepped toward the individual. Reaching the outer yard where the fog was much thinner, the person's features became clearer. Please! The person wrapped in a thick black cloak, trembling, lifted their head showing a pretty, clean face. Her lips were purple, skin pale, but oddly, underneath the cloak, she was wearing a clean, snug pink sweater accentuating her fuller curves. Dressed in a white knee-length silk skirt, her rounded legs were covered in thick white pantyhose, showing a few rips and runs, but it even more so made her seem like she had just escaped from another stronghold. Help me. I really have nowhere else to go, the woman pleaded, unconsciously tugging at the hem of her white skirt, subtly revealing the area above her knees. Are you Wei Shanshan? Yu Hong had not expected, after all this time, to once again encounter Wei Hongya's daughter, Wei Shanshan, who had left a lasting impression on him before. You weren't with your parents? Yu Hong asked in surprise. He looked at the detector to confirm that the other party wasn't an evil shadow. It was a real person. Wei Shanshan's eyes faltered, seemingly recognizing Yu Hong's voice. The camp had changed so much that she hadn't recognized it as Yu Hong's original stronghold earlier. She was struck as if by lightning. Her hand clutching her skirt loosened, and she stood there dazed. Yu Hong, sir? A groan barely escaped Wei Shanshan's throat. Her pretty face turned even paler, a ghastly white akin to that of a dead person, devoid of any blood. I. Suddenly, she stepped back, turned around, and dashed into the fog. Wait! Yu Hong was stunned, quickly climbed over the fence, and chased after her. Being able to walk here alone, he wondered if Wei Shanshan either possessed special qualities or had found other Black Disaster rift routes. Either possibility was of great intelligence value. Since Black Disaster rift routes are prone to change, double-checking was never too much. Yu Hong landed, entered the fog, and pursued her. But just as he entered the fog and the secondary safe area, a dragon lizard materialized and followed alongside. Ahead, Wei Shanshan's figure had already disappeared. Wei Shanshan, he yelled loudly. His voice echoed in the foggy mountains and woods, unanswered. Yu Hong, with a thought, commanded the dragon lizard to spread out and chase. But even after rushing 2 kilometers out, they found no trace of Wei Shanshan. Standing at the spot, Yu Hong's expression turned grave as he glanced around and then looked down at the spot where Wei Shanshan had just stood. But on the black soil, there were only his footprints. Shadows leave no footprints. Yuhong looked up and sighed. Thinking of her unusually clean dress, he'd already formed a dire guess. He returned to the cave, engaged once again in the effort to replicate the replica array. But Wei Shanshan's image intermittently flashed before his eyes, making it hard for him to calm down. I wonder how old Zhou is doing, and how Yi is holding up. He sighed, put down his pen, turned, and went to the basement to practice his movement techniques to calm himself. Thunderbolt Leg was about to reach 5 channels of inner chi, and after the 9th it would be complete at the 6th layer. Then he could learn other cultivation techniques to strengthen himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gray City Isolation Zone. Tents, one after another, empty and enveloped by the gray fog, formed a large circle around Gray City. Originally, it was a flat open ground between the large circle of tents and the walls of Gray City. Now, however, there was a charred deep pit. The pit seemed like a boundary line, completely separating the isolation zone from the city walls. The sky was growing brighter. From a few tents, silhouettes quietly emerged. Li Rushan, with his daughter Nana, cautiously exited their tent and looked towards Gray City. The black hour is over. Another safe day. He sighed in relief, wiping away the dry salt of sweat from his cheeks, feeling extremely thirsty. Wetting his chapped lips, he took a water pouch from behind his waist, unscrewed it, and first let his daughter behind him drink. Izina held the water sack and took big gulps, finishing half of it in one go. Save some. Li Rushan took it, sipped a little himself, and then screwed on the cap and put it away. Dad, what do we do now? Izina's small face was haggard, dark circles under her eyes indicating she hadn't rested well for a long time. We need to find a way into the city of Gray City. Staying here only means waiting to die, Li Rushan said solemnly, looking ahead at the city borders of Gray City, at the shadow figures emerging one after another, his expression grave. But what if Gray City won't let us in? Nana asked again. Li Rushan gave a bitter smile, regretting not simply staying in Black Wind Camp. If they had continued to stay in the camp, even if they had died there, it would have been more comfortable than suffering now before dying. Who? Suddenly, a chilly breeze blew in from between the tents behind. The cold made both father and daughter shiver. Li Rushan turned around and saw figures slowly emerging one by one from the tents. These figures were in clean clothes and smiling as if the dangerous isolation zone around them was just a pleasant outdoors camping spot. They continuously emerged from the tents, forming lines and groups, getting more numerous and denser. Li Rushan saw with his own eyes a severely injured man from a few days ago, who now stood up uninjured and with ease, his broken legs seemingly fine, a pair of pitch-black eyes staring their way. Those few people, including Li Rushan and his daughter, who saw this scene, realized what was happening. They slowly backed away, step by step, not too quickly so as not to agitate these newly appeared shadows. But soon, in their retreat towards Gray City, a crowd of cleanly dressed people also appeared on the ground. Li Rushan's throat tightened. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The talismans and such that he had been carrying had been used up days ago. The remaining weapons and tools, just a barely useful luminous stone blanket, were all that were left. Chapter 198. Daddy, will we die? Izina's weary and childish voice came from beside him. Li Rushan's expression was wooden as he held his daughter's hand. Don't worry. There won't be any trouble, he said softly. In a moment, when I tell you to run, you bolt toward Gray City without stopping. Got it? He swiftly removed the luminous stone blanket from his daughter, flipping it inside out, exposing the inner setup. Daddy, you're supposed to come with me. Izina felt something was wrong and clutched Li's hand tightly. You go ahead, Daddy will follow. Li Rushan forced a gentle smile. Don't worry. Who do you think your dad is? I'm a former elite postman from the post office. I've gotten through so many dangers and difficulties. This is nothing. He pinched his daughter's cheek. You go first, I can make my way over by myself. The main issue is you're slowing me down. Once you're across, it'll be much easier for me alone. Izina's face was pale, and she wanted to ask more. But suddenly, she saw the group of shadows in front accelerating their approach. Turning back, the shadows behind the isolation zone were also quickening their pace toward them. "Run!" Someone among the few survivors yelled. The crowd scattered in every direction, drawing the shadows in front to split up and give chase. At that moment, Li Rushan saw a gap open within the group of shadows and quickly removed the luminous stone blanket from his body, draping it over his daughter. "Nana, run! Don't look back!" Izina covered her head and ran forward wildly. She didn't dare to look up, focusing only on the ground. "Nana, you can do it!"
Li Rushan charad Ludli.
He raised his hand and surveyed the countless shadows converging toward them. Watching his daughter charge through the gap left by the shadows, climbing over a bombed crater, and running toward Gray City. But halfway through, Nana slowed down, trying to look back. "Daddy, hurry up!" she shouted. Daddy is still here, just a few meters away from Li Rushan. The space had filled with encroaching shadows. He knew he definitely couldn't escape. "You go. Daddy has a way out." Li Rushan raised his hand and saw his daughter start running again after hearing his voice. He wore a relieved smile on his face. Thump! A shadow suddenly pounced, biting into his shoulder and tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Li Rushan didn't resist but flung his blood towards where his daughter was running. Instantly, more shadows in that direction sped up and surged toward her. "Daddy!" Izina ran for a while and shouted again. "Daddy is here. Keep going. Forward. Don't stop." Li Rushan's voice came from behind. Izina bowed her head once more and continued running. Just running. After a while, she screamed again. "Daddy! Run, Daddy is fine." Li Rushan responded once more. Izina, with her unique constitution and covered in 2 layers of luminous stone blankets, astonishingly had no shadows approach her for a short span. "Daddy!" As she was about to reach the walls of Gray City, she yelled once more. Silence. Running turned to walking, and eventually, Izina came to a stop. "Daddy!" She started calling out again, but there was no answer from behind. The shadows in that area were temporarily drawn away toward the isolation zone, and a basket was swiftly lowered from the wall of Gray City. A person jumped out from the basket, rushed over, scooped Izina up, and rushed back to the basket. Luminous stone bullets took down around a dozen shadows attempting to get close. The basket quickly ascended. Izina was held tight by the person, her head buried into them, motionless and silent. Only her tears soaked through the other's jacket, spreading slowly, growing larger and larger. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Black Wind Camp. There's news for you, and I'm not sure if it's good or bad. Inside a cave, Zhang Kaijun's calm voice came through the communicator. "What?" Yu Hong had just powered on the device when he heard this statement. He contacted Zhang Kaijun daily, as a routine between them, to check in. "I've finalized the new investigation team representing Gray City, 5 people in total, including a youngster named Izina," continued Zhang Kaijun. "I rarely see a child so mature. She doesn't look older than 13. Izina, then what?" Yu Hong furrowed his brow, knowing that Nana's unique constitution meant standard black disasters wouldn't attack her if she remained still. But something didn't add up. How can such a young child join an investigation team? What can she do? He couldn't help but question. "It seems you know her," said Zhang Kaijun. "It was the girl's own will. She insisted on joining the investigation team. Moreover, as a member, after communicating with me and knowing I could contact you, she wanted me to relay a message to you." "What message?" Yu Hong suddenly had a bad feeling. "She said her dad regrets it," stated Zhang Kaijun calmly. Silence. Yu Hong guessed what had happened to Li Rushan the moment he heard those words. If nothing had gone wrong, with Li's character, he'd never allow his daughter to join the highly dangerous investigation team. She's a good kid, with a special constitution, sensible, and resilient. Among the volunteers for this investigation team, she has the highest chance of survival. Zhang Kaijun inferred something special from Yu Hong's silence. Please tell her that if she wants to come back, she's welcome here, Yu Hong said solemnly. I will, Zhang Kaijun replied. The inner side of the luminous stone blanket Izina carried when she entered the city was marked with large characters, stating she's a mutant and that she won't be attacked by certain black disasters when she's calm. I've conducted a specific test, and indeed it is so. Then I quickly reported to the new Aurora City, and Minister Xian rapidly reviewed the city's population and reshuffled the investigation team's candidates. So the candidates for this investigation team are likely to be mainly these types of mutants? Yu Hong interpreted his meaning. Yes. How are things on your end? Do you have any good suggestions regarding those who close their eyes? Zhang Kaijun asked. Everything is safe here, but the external environment is deteriorating very quickly. There's insufficient information on the closed-eyed ones, so I don't have any good solutions. If we could pinpoint the moment of their attack and the range of the red value they can unleash, we could target and counter this evil shadow effectively, Yu Hong replied, collecting his thoughts and frowning slightly. Your detector has arrived, and it's very useful with high precision. It's helped the city screen some potential evil shadow risks in advance. The Vortex Talisman Plate's reusability is also good, but we need to be careful of luminous stone disease. As for detecting the red value range, the attacks of the closed-eyed ones are very sudden and secretive, even more so than the language persons. They show far more signs. But the closed-eyed ones need only to close their eyes 3 times, Zhang Kaijun explained. Is there no way to avoid them within the pyroxene's secret room environment? Yu Hong asked. With the current technological conditions, no method has been found to avoid the closed-eyed ones. The only method is to remain with eyes open after noticing something is wrong, letting the rest use negative radiation to isolate the space around the attacked person. This can temporarily contain their killing, but several cases of luminous stone disease have already been caused by this, Zhang Kaijun said in a heavy tone. By the way, the trader you sent earlier dropped a flyer. I'm not sure if it was on purpose, but it had the Returning Home Association printed on it. Yu Hong changed the subject. Don't bother with it. Under suppressed desperation, people naturally seek additional outlets for spiritual pressure. The Returning Home Association is just that, Zhang Kaijun said casually. All right. Yu Hong broke off the connection and thought of Izina as he let out a soft sigh and stood up. He pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. There, in the outer yard, 2 vehicles that had undergone the black mark enhancement were now completed. What once had been the frame of a vehicle had vanished, and lying quietly on the ground was a large metal black sphere, about 1 meter in diameter. Spike protruded from the surface of the black sphere, resembling an enlarged meteor hammerhead. At one end of the metal spiked sphere was a chain as thick as an arm, and at one end was a black object tied around the waist like a protective belt. Yu Hong walked over and wrapped his hands around the metal ball, lifting with force. Whoosh! His feet slightly sunk into the ground as he steadied his upper body and lifted the spiked black sphere. Not bad. He tested the weight, about the same as an unmodified Jeep. Yu Hong balanced the sphere with one hand, grabbed the chain with the other, and gave it a powerful swing. Whoosh! The giant iron ball spun around him with a whistle. The chain pulled the sphere, circling around Yu Hong, starting small and growing larger and louder. Suddenly, Yu Hong released his grip, hurling the sphere towards the exterior of the camp. In the mist, a shadow flashed and then crashed heavily into the center of a thick tree. Boom! The trunk of the tree snapped instantly. Wood chips and debris exploded. Some of the roots also burst forth from the ground, shattered. Yu Hong accelerated forward, landing beside the iron ball. He grabbed it and wrapped the chain around his waist. Looking up at the sky, it was still a gray time. He channeled inner chi into his legs, intending to return to camp to use the newly made black mark to reinforce the secondary formation. Since he completed most of the process himself, the reinforcement took much less time this round, only a bit over 7 hours. In fact, most of those 7 hours were just for installation. After ensuring the reinforcement was solid, Yu Hong, carrying the iron ball and filling his legs with inner chi, left the camp. He decided to go to the wooden bridge in the back to see if he could use the new weapon in combination with inner chi to completely destroy the location of the wooden bridge. With this big guy on him, if he didn't channel inner chi into his legs, he couldn't even walk. Every step would sink deep into the ground. After all, the iron sphere with the chain and waist protector together weighed about 4 or 5 tons. This weight would crack the cement ground, let alone the black soil in the mountains and forests. Taking advantage of the gray time, Yu Hong quickly passed through the forest, soon arriving once again at the small river behind the cave. The water of the river had encroached a few dozen meters closer to the back of the cave. Standing by the river, engulfed in gray fog, Yu Hong slowly took the iron ball off his back, exhaling steam from both sides of the breathing valve. Inner chi swiftly poured into the chain and iron ball. In an instant, the chain and iron ball were engulfed in a faint white glow. Whoosh! Yu Hong tossed the sphere upwards, pulling the chain to start swinging, spinning in circles. The whistling sound of cutting through the air amplified with each rotation. This was his first time using a weapon infused with inner chi, and its power would determine his main choice of attack method in the future. All of a sudden, Yu Hong swung his arm and hurled it forward. The large iron ball turned into a blur, flying overhead at high speed toward the wooden bridge on the river. Boom!
A loud explosion échoued.
Stones on the riverbank scattered as if detonated. Black mud and water splashed up. Half buried in the ground, the iron ball had created a near 2-meter deep pit in the earth. With an expressionless face, Yu Hong drew the iron ball back, continuing to spiral and smash. Boom! 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 One by one, he smashed pits of various sizes along this stretch of the riverbank. Roar! A massive multi-eyed bird flew overhead, attracted by the noise, swooping down towards Yu Hong. Snap! The bird hadn't even come close when it grazed the high-speed spinning iron sphere. It was instantly smashed, turning into a blood rain scattering down. The remaining half of the bird, terrified, desperately wobbled away, gliding to escape. Chapter 199. Believe. After repeatedly smashing the riverbank with the large iron ball, the sky gradually darkened, transitioning into a chaotic time. The riverside mud had completely turned into a rugged, broken terrain. Yu Hong stood still, shook the mud and water off the iron ball, and set it aside. He took out an atomic lamp from his lower back and held it high. Once again, he slowly approached the direction of the wooden bridge. Under the green light of the lamp, the previously smashed muddy area revealed the broken wooden bridge once more. Does it not affect it at all? Yu Hong realized in his heart. But this time was different. He didn't see that strange man in black. The bridge was empty and quiet. The black planks of the bridge extended into the mist ahead, with no end in sight. Standing still, Yu Hong quietly stared at the wooden bridge. A sudden sense of despair rose in his heart. What's the point of living in such a world? Constantly struggling for survival, human hope diminishing more and more. Not even a moment of leisure can be achieved. A slight tendency towards self-destruction emerged in his mind. Wait! Suddenly, his inner chi circulated and rushed into his brain, reviving Yu Hong's spirit. He took 2 steps back, his face showing a trace of lingering fear. Without the black disaster, it's just a bridge leading to negative thoughts of self-destruction. This place is a bit sinister. Yu Hong's expression shifted slightly as he looked at the empty wooden bridge, wanting to return to the camp. Warm, bright, dry, safe, that was what he most desired. But this relentlessly approaching wooden bridge gave him considerable unease. I need to investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, if it overlaps with the camp and some troubling changes occur, it would be disastrous. Having made up his mind, Yu Hong took another 2 steps back. Suddenly, a shadow dashed out from beside him. It was a dragon lizard. It took the lead and rushed onto the bridge. With the light from the atomic lamp, Yu Hong saw firsthand the dragon lizard step onto the bridge and dash into the mist, disappearing. He quickly tapped into the dragon lizard's vision. Hiss, continuous, clear sounds of friction came through. The dragon lizard was moving swiftly across the bridge. Seconds later, it suddenly stopped and reached the end of the wooden bridge. At the end of the bridge lay a wide, pitch-black river, not at all the small creek previously seen. The dark river churned with some unknown viscous masses. On the river, there rested a 2-story tall black wooden ship. A big ship. Yu Hong observed the ship through the vision of the dragon lizard. Its shape resembled an ingot, its sides raised and the middle sunken. The hull was black, covered in rotten, hollow traces, and the sails hanging from the mast were like fishing nets, mostly torn. Setting down the atomic lamp, Yu Hong once again looked toward the wooden bridge. It was still shrouded in darkness. Nothing could be seen. Let's go up and take a look. Yu Hong controlled the dragon lizard, which leaped out and easily entered the ship. Inside, the ship was empty. The deck was damaged and decayed, and a skeleton in gray-black clothes was leaning askew against the inner side of the ship, motionless. Zzz. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the decaying black ship slowly began to move, breaking away from the dock of the wooden bridge, heading deeper into the mist. In no time, the entire black ship vanished, never to reappear. And the vision of the dragon lizard also went black, disconnecting. Yu Hong exhaled and lifted the atomic lamp forward. The wooden bridge ahead had disappeared. It seems related to the black ship. He stood still, not moving, deciding to wait and see what would happen next. He didn't believe that the newly reinforced dragon lizard would just disappear so easily. After a short wait, a blurred vision surged into his mind again. Yu Hong staggered, nearly unable to stay upright. It was the dragon lizard. The dragon lizard was still alive. Swoosh! Quickly, from the darkness, a dragon lizard burst out of the mist, lightly glided past Yu Hong, and stopped on the muddy ground. The dragon lizard returned and stopped by Yu Hong's side, motionless. Yu Hong squatted down, examining the dragon lizard's body. No injuries. It seems the place the black ship went isn't dangerous. After some thought, he ultimately decided not to go in personally. More investigation was needed regarding the black ship. Returning to the camp, he placed the large iron ball in the yard and rinsed it with a hose, restoring it to its previous cleanliness. Then he let the dragon lizard out to continue patrolling the surroundings before Yu Hong returned to the cave, retrieving the recently acquired sunlight paint and the monitoring system. Once the array is fully reinforced, I'll install this. Recalling the self-destructive thoughts he had earlier, Yu Hong quickly ate something and started a new round of practice with the Thunderbolt leg technique. Inner chi surged, saving him once before, and evidently, inner chi mastery could counteract that mysterious influence. He decided to focus on completing the Thunderbolt leg technique mastery. Time slowly passed. Soon, another half-day had gone. The second subsidiary array was successfully integrated soon after. The Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit array was further supported, enhancing the safety of the entire camp. Once the black mark was free, Yu Hong immediately took out the monitoring system and placed it on the ground. With one hand on it, enhance the monitoring system, direction. Images of perfectly monitoring the surroundings of the camp formed in his mind. At the same time, the energy and nuclear engine connections were being overlaid, along with the change of camouflage color and the enhancement of clarity, as well as the ability to monitor every room in the stone castle and every corner of the camp. Various surveillance system functions were requested by him to be reinforced by the black mark. Soon, a black line flashed. The inquiry from the black mark appeared, and a countdown was automatically generated. Enhance the surveillance system? Countdown. 6 days, 12 hours, 8 minutes. This time, isn't it a bit too long? Yu Hong remained silent, but considering the demand for the surveillance system, plus the array had no issues now, and the dragon lizards naturally needed time to integrate into nests. To deal with the approaching trouble similar to the wooden bridge, he still confirmed the initiation of the enhancement. The cardboard box of the surveillance system flickered slightly, and immediately the countdown began. Yu Hong also continued to train hard in the basement. The increasingly dangerous outside world gave him an increasingly strong sense of urgency. 1 day, 2 days, 4 days, 6 days. The fifth layer of inner chi from the Thunderbolt leg technique refined forth, and without any surprise, the surveillance was successfully strengthened. Fortunately, during these 6 days, there hadn't been any troubling matters, and the surroundings of the camp were still the same as always, seemingly entering a new period of stability. With the continuous increase in inner chi, Yu Hong felt his body become more sensitive, and every movement became much more precise than before. Between movements, the changes and transitions became faster and faster. These days, he almost went to check the wooden bridge behind the camp every day, and the bridge was approaching the camp every day. Sometimes it approached quickly, sometimes slowly. By the end of the surveillance system's enhancement, the wooden bridge was just 200 meters away from reaching the rocky mountain behind the camp. Once it touched the mountain rock, the distance from the cave safe house was just about a dozen meters in a straight line. This was a very dangerous distance. Inside the cave, Yu Hong sat in the second basement level, observing the liquid crystal screens embedded in the wall, which displayed images from inside and outside the camp. The surveillance provided by Zhang Kaijun inherently had infrared thermal imaging and red value radiation imaging capabilities. Now with the enhancements, the effect is very good. He watched the high-clarity liquid crystal video quite satisfied. The entire surveillance system covered nearly 30 meters outside the Black Wind camp as a secondary safety zone. Within this range, the mist couldn't obstruct the penetrating surveillance. Another surveillance installation was embedded in the mountain above the camp, looking downward. It revealed the entire Black Wind camp built along the mountain, resembling a huge semicircle facing Baiqiu village and the forest. Beyond the outer fenced area of the camp, sparse humanoid shadows occasionally appeared. These shadows, just as they appeared in the video, were immediately incinerated by the swiftly passing dragon lizards. Within the 30 meters outside the perimeter of the camp, the density of these shadows was kept quite sparse. Yu Hong expanded the screen with his hand to inspect the details. With the screen's high clarity, upon enlargement, one could see a dragon lizard breathing fire and killing 2 newly revived humanoid shadows, then quickly leaving for other areas. Almost there, the number of dragon lizards can integrate into a nest now. Take advantage of the current stable situation outside. Yu Hong nodded slightly. Outside of the Black Period, the Earth Pond dragon lizards can maintain a large piece of peace in the secondary safety zone. Not bad. Once the nest is established and the numbers rise, we should be able to wrestle a bit with the surrounding high-risk black disaster. Inside the basement, a glint of cold light flashed through Yu Hong's eyes. Always being besieged and intimidated, living in fear, was only because he had no means of counterattack before. Now, with the emergence of the Earth Pond demon nest, he saw a glimmer of hope to turn the situation around. Your shadows can revive endlessly, and my demon nest's dragon lizards can also continuously spawn dragon lizards. When the time comes, we'll see whose strength is greater, who cleans up the other faster. Having confirmed the perfection of the surveillance, Yu Hong stood up, went to the first floor, left the cave, and followed the pathway all the way into the stone castle. He checked and maintained every breeding box before leaving the stone castle for the newly excavated new stone cave. In the stone cave, wires pulled from the wall connected to a light bulb. Under the bright white light, a total of 9 dragon lizards, like 9 long black bags, had already been lying on the ground, waiting for a long time. On the gray-white stone walls, various runes he had just engraved covered the surface. This place had already become a semi-hidden space combined with a luminous stone secret room and concealed runes. As long as the entrance was blocked with rune boards, it was a perfect, sealed hidden space. Let's begin. Yu Hong activated a marker for the dragon lizards in his mind. Inside the marker, 9 white dots of the dragon lizards swiftly collided and merged with one another as his consciousness moved them. And in the reality of the cave, the heads of the Earth Pond dragon lizards began to move toward the most central one, squeezing together. They quickly squeezed into a meatball. A massive meatball, at least as tall as a person, formed. Hiss! The surface of the meatball suddenly split open with a dark red fissure. Dim red firelight flickered and seeped out from the fissure. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the temperature in the cave began to climb rapidly. A faint burnt odor permeated the air. A noise, like numerous snakes hissing simultaneously, emanated from inside the meatball. Puff! Suddenly, the bottom of the meatball also split open. The opening wriggled and squeezed a few times, then puffed out a white giant egg. The egg, the size of a basketball and covered with gray-black spots, was stained with a lot of transparent mucus. As soon as it came out, it cracked several times, and a black lizard over a meter long emerged from it. The black lizard turned its head a few times to eat the eggshell, shook its body, lay in front of Yu Hong, bowed its head to the ground, and then stopped moving. Chapter 200. Yes! Yu Hong touched the newly born dragon lizard, feeling its warm and soft scales, estimating it would still need a few more days to mature. This was a type of soldier in his imprinting that didn't require occupying a light spot, so the number could be limitless, not restricted by imprints. Currently, there were 4 dragon lizards left outside, freely patrolling and hunting, temporarily reducing the defense force of the camp. But, starting from today, the defensive power of the camp would continually grow. The Earth Pond dragon lizards, which were not restricted by numbers, would definitely become the strongest defensive power of the camp. Wait! Suddenly, Yu Hong thought of a problem. Since the dragon lizards born from the nest are not restricted by the imprint anymore, does this mean this dragon lizard is also not restricted by distance? The range limitation of imprinted creatures mainly resulted from the original starting point of the imprint being fixed and unmovable. But now, Yu Hong thought about it and decided to test it. He picked up the little lizard, walked out of the cave, and arranged for an adult dragon lizard to escort it. Big and small, the 2 dragon lizards vanished into the black fog in the blink of an eye, disappearing from sight. In the shared vision, they rapidly moved away from the camp, quickly crossing the highway, rushing down the slope, and reaching the 3-kilometer control limit. At that moment, the large Earth Pond dragon lizard stopped. The small newborn one, however, continued to move forward. It quickly passed the limit. 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters. Yu Hong could still sense the newborn dragon lizard was alive. This was the feedback given to him by the magic nest in his imprint. He could vaguely sense the approximate distance of the newborn dragon lizard, but he was unable to directly control it, nor could he share its vision. Instead, he had to give orders indirectly through the magic nest. It's a bit inconvenient, but there's absolutely no distance limitation now. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With this, I can completely bring dragon lizards with me when I go out as guards to patrol the surroundings. This has given my combat strength a considerable boost. Feeling great, Yu Hong returned to the cave, directly reinforced all the remaining luminous stone powder with the black mark. Once the enhancement of the luminous stone powder was finished, there were still sunlight materials waiting, and then he continued to strengthen the talisman arrays and dragon lizards. This was his plan. Having confirmed that the dragon lizards could move far from the camp without any trouble, Yu Hong felt much more lively in his thoughts. Once the number of dragon lizards rose, the security of the camp would be greatly assured. He could also free up the black mark to research why the black disaster couldn't be completely eradicated. The black disaster can't be eradicated completely. That's the conclusion Silver Tower had come to after numerous research experiments. Xian Jilei, the minister from New Aurora City, replied in a deep voice during their routine communication. Hasn't there been any exception? Yu Hong didn't believe anything was absolute. Indeed, many institutions are researching this topic, answered Xian Jilei. Here in the city, at least 3 institutions are still delving into this subject, hoping to come up with results. After all, if a way to completely eradicate the black disaster can be found, the black disasters in the world wouldn't keep increasing. With the power of human weapons, it's absolutely possible to quickly eradicate a large number of black disasters. But, she paused, the reality is there's really no way. The revival of the Black Disaster is completely unaffected by any external factors. We've tried to lure shadows into a sealed room to destroy them. Useless. Using negative radiation at far beyond their tolerance to destroy them, useless as well. We even completely soaked and covered the shadows' revival points with luminous stone solution. Still useless. When their revival point was restricted, it just revived somewhere else. But our human resources are limited, Yu Hong said gravely. Exactly, agreed Xian Jilei. Of course, Mr. Yu, you are a very excellent top-notch research and invention expert. Your individual achievements surpass many research institutes' entire teams of dozens of people. The enhanced detectors and vortex talisman plates and other tools you invented are very powerful. Maybe you could find a new approach, a new direction. I will try my best, exhaled Yu Hong. How is the situation with the second survey team? They are still advancing and have already achieved certain results. We release drones every 2 days for serial relay connection. The engineering team has also gone to maintain the signal stations. Under stable conditions, as long as it's not a black hour, the signal can stay stable, said Xian Jilei. The progress this time has been so rapid, and the physical constitution of the mutants has played a big part, interjected Zhang Kaijun. During the quiet periods, as long as they stay hidden, they won't attract the attention and attacks of the Black Disaster. This has given the team a great security guarantee. According to the latest intelligence, the survey team has found traces left by the Misha family members at the Origin Point ruins. The traces are very clear, and I already have photos as evidence, Xian Jilei said. Are we certain it was the Misha who triggered the Black Disaster? Zhang Kaijun's voice grew colder. Yes, according to the ancient text content we interpreted. The ruins in Black Tree Village are mainly considered the second node. The ruin seal has 3 major nodes in total, and Florica's survey team has already confirmed that one of their origin site ruins is the first node. It seems that the Misha people thought of some way to break the seal of the ruins, Xian Jilei said. Since it's possible to break it, should it also be possible to repair it? Yu Hong asked. Possibly, the expert group is already urgently studying it. Right now, the difficulty is that the expert group cannot go to the site to test and take samples. They only obtain samples indirectly through the mutant investigation team and operate remotely, which is very inefficient, Xian Jilei sighed. After many failures, their current approach is trying to repair the seal by synthesizing the same materials found through the remnants on the ground and by repairing the ruins' talisman arrays and runes. But the success rate of this plan isn't high, so this time I came hoping to obtain your secret technique for hidden rune technology from Mr. Yu. Of course, rest assured, this will be compensated. Our problem with hidden runes is that no matter how precisely we replicate the pattern, we can't produce the same effect as you do. I'm very willing to cooperate, but it's indeed not replicable. When making the hidden runes, besides using the same materials and steps as you, I also used my unique inner chi, Yu Hong said frankly. He had not intended to keep secrets, for people were nearly extinct. Keeping the secrets of inner chi was useless. Except for him, nobody else could cultivate it anyway. Inner chi, Xian Jilei and Zhang Kaijun exclaimed almost in unison. Is it the inner chi mentioned in martial arts novels? Zhang Kaijun was obviously quite surprised. Yes, it's not much different, Yu Hong confirmed. The concealment runes require my infusion of inner chi to take effect. The cultivation of inner chi is a long, repetitive process. The method I cultivate is only suitable for a part of me, and I'm not sure if it can be replicated by others. If it's true, and Mr. Yu isn't joking, we would like to pay for the cultivation methods of inner chi. I wonder if you are willing, Xian Jilei said urgently. I am, but I can't guarantee success. Yu Hong held little hope for this. He had gradually discovered from his long practice that the most critical part in his inner strength cultivation was the conversion of the black mark. That is to say, he first converted the external energy through the black mark, then absorbed, contained, and refined it into inner chi that belonged to him alone. Moreover, this conversion was specific to the constitution and psyche of his body. Without the black mark, it would be difficult for ordinary people outside to cultivate inner chi. Soon, Both parties, Yu Hong, Zhang Kaijun, and Xian Jilei, had agreed on the terms of the trade. The two offered 2 sets of standardized talisman plate production lines and transported them over. The production line's talisman plates could be designed by Yu Hong himself, and they also offered a total of 1 ton of luminous stone powder. Additionally, there was a full set of the latest technology computer mainframe and 20 pounds of Sunlight No. 9 paint. The supplies and instruments were actually secondary. The transportation was what mattered most. After confirming the details of the trade, since the internal cultivation methods involved a visualization, Yu Hong and the two agreed to conduct a physical transaction in person. Perhaps the urgency of the two sped up the process, or perhaps the route through the Black Disaster Rift had become more stable. On the 3rd day's gray hour, Xu Chang came again with his people, bringing the agreed-upon trade items. At the same time, they took away the photo images of inner strength cultivation content that Yu Hong had provided. Asterisk. New Aurora City. The gloomy sky was illuminated by the city's gigantic searchlights. Inside the city stood dilapidated and decaying tall buildings, their surfaces stained with unknown black and gray grime, not cleaned for who knows how long. At the top of the tallest silver-gray skyscraper, inside a spacious office over 500 square meters, a woman with silver-gray hair tied into a high ponytail was squinting, staring at the tablet in her hand. The tablet screen displayed the Thunderbolt Leg Technique internal cultivation methods recently obtained from Yu Hong. This was the first layer provided by Yu Hong, including the visualization. The text that originally said the Thunderbolt Leg Technique had 6 layers was removed and changed to a fully handwritten copy. Still not working? The woman asked in a deep, forceful voice, looking at the content on the screen. Sorry, Minister, based on actual testing, ordinary people, enhanced people, fully enhanced people, and mutants have all been tried, and none have exhibited any so-called sensation of qi. An exhausted, elderly male voice responded from the computer speakers. Furthermore, apart from causing a bit of dizziness after looking at the other visualization for too long, there has been no other reaction. So you mean to say Yu Hong is fooling us with something made up? The woman's voice turned cold. We can't dismiss that possibility. The elder responded. Let it be for now. Continue monitoring the investigation team. Once the template for the compound substance found in the relics is printed out, the door-shaped pattern on that wall should be restorable. Now it depends on whether it will work after we send the repair pattern over, the woman said. Fortunately, Elder Yang and Professor Borse teamed up to decipher those mysterious ancient texts. Otherwise, we might not even understand where the true source is. The old man sighed. According to the translation of the ancient texts, as long as the sealing talisman array is completed, it should restore the relic's node. My only concern is that I always feel things won't be that simple. With the mutants there, we'll try and see. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we must not give up, the woman said solemnly. Understood. The call ended. The woman set down the tablet and walked to the broken floor-to-ceiling window to overlook the entire city. The strong wind blew, lifting the ponytail hair behind her. She slipped the tablet into the coat pocket of her overcoat, watching the traffic and people below moving like ants. Xian Jilei, you shouldn't have disseminated the Yingshan culture privately. Behind her, a blurry tall figure, wearing a black round hat, appeared in the office out of nowhere.